Welcome to Jeff Bezos, the Horizon Builder. Every monument of human achievement begins at a singular interface, the edge where a system meets a boundary. Long before he re-engineered global commerce, re-architected the invisible infrastructure of the internet, or pointed his ambitions toward the stars, Jeffrey Preston Bezos was a child of deep concentration, learning the silent language of mechanics on a remote South Texas ranch. It was there, under a vast and demanding sky, that he forged a foundational relationship with difficulty. To him, a broken machine was never a mystery to fear, but a logical sequence of systems waiting to be understood, diagnosed, and mastered. This audio biography chronicles the relentless trajectory of a mind built for optimization. It follows his journey from an exceptional academic arrival at the Ivy League to the high-stakes, quantitative trading floors of Wall Street. You will witness the pivotal crossroads of the Regret Minimization Framework. The exact moment certainty was traded for pure possibility. From a cold, provisional garage in the Pacific Northwest, you will hear how a single number, 2,300% annual web growth, was systematically engineered into the everything store. Through 10 distinct chapters, this narrative tracks the compounding mechanics of an empire. You will explore the operational battlefield of the dot-com crash, where survival meant stripping away friction and doubling down on customer obsession. You will pull back the curtain on the quiet revolutions that reshaped modern life. The birth of Amazon Prime, the invisible server architecture of AWS, and the structural gamble of the Kindle. Finally, this book scales the modern horizon, charting his transition into a media vanguard, his historic step back from day-to-day operations, and his lifelong ferocious pursuit of space exploration. This is the story of a system thinker who looked at the limits of the world and decided they were merely parameters waiting to be redesigned. This is Jeff Bezos, the Horizon Builder. Chapter 1: Houston and the Garage Lab, 1964 to 1982. The Texas sun does not arrive gently. It does not ease itself over the horizon the way it does in milder climates, offering gradual light and soft warmth as a kind of courtesy to those below. In Texas, the sun comes hard and total, cracking open the sky with a brightness that seems almost aggressive, as if daring whatever lies beneath it to endure. By 7 in the morning, the air already carries heat. By 10, the land is shimmering. By noon, the earth itself seems to exhale, pushing warmth back upward in slow invisible waves that bend the distant tree lines and blur the edges of things. It is a landscape that asks something of you. It demands that you pay attention. It rewards those who do not flinch. It was into this world, on the 12th of January, 1964, that Jeffrey Preston Jorgensen was born. The city was Albuquerque, New Mexico. Not yet Texas, but the same vast and unforgiving sky, the same dry air that makes distances seem both reachable and deceptive. His mother, Jacqueline, was 17 years old. His father, Ted Jorgensen, was 19. They were young in the way that people can only be young once, full of intention and short on the infrastructure that intention requires. The marriage, from its earliest days, carried the strain that youth and circumstance so often produce together, and it would not hold. Ted Jorgensen would drift from the picture, slowly at first, and then entirely, becoming in time little more than a name, a biological fact, a man whose absence shaped his son far more than his presence ever might have. But before the absence came the beginning. And before Texas came the moment that would change everything for young Jeffrey, the arrival into his mother's life and then into his own, of a man named Miguel Bezos. Miguel, Mike as he would come to be known, had come to the United States from Cuba. He had arrived as part of a program that sent Cuban teenagers to American Catholic dioceses following Fidel Castro's consolidation of power in the early 1960s. He came with little English, less money, and the kind of quiet, foundational determination that does not announce itself but simply proceeds. He worked. He studied. He earned a scholarship to the University of Albuquerque. He became an engineer at Exxon. And somewhere, in the course of building this improbable American life, he met Jacqueline, married her, and adopted her young son with a completeness and sincerity that made the word stepfather feel entirely insufficient. Jeffrey Preston Jorgensen became Jeffrey Preston Bezos. He would carry that name, and everything it quietly implied about resilience and reinvention for the rest of his life. The family settled eventually in Houston, Texas, and it is here that the story properly takes root. Houston, in the late 1960s and early 1970s, is a city in the full intensity of its own becoming. It is loud with industry and ambition. The petrochemical plants line the ship channel like enormous sleeping machines, breathing steam and fire into the humid Gulf air. The highways are being widened and extended, reaching out across the flat coastal plain, as if the city itself cannot contain what it is accumulating. And just to the south and east of the city center, in the flat suburban grids of neighborhoods like Meyerland and the areas stretching toward the clearer air and newer construction of the city's edges, families are arriving, setting down roots, mowing lawns, and building ordinary lives against the extraordinary backdrop of an America that still believes, with complete sincerity, that there is no problem too large for human ingenuity to solve. Houston, in these years, is also the home of NASA's Manned Spacecraft Center, renamed the Johnson Space Center in 1973. The astronauts live there. The mission controllers work there. The men who walked on the moon in 1969 trained and debriefed and went home to their families in the same suburban neighborhoods where ordinary Houstonians were raising ordinary children. Space was not an abstraction in Houston. It was a neighbor. It was in the local news, in the civic pride, in the bumper stickers and the field trips and the conversations overheard in grocery store lines. When the Apollo missions were at their height, and then when Skylab launched, and then when the ambitions of the shuttle program began to take shape, Houston was the place where those ambitions were housed and humanized. A child growing up there could look at a man in line at the hardware store and reasonably wonder whether that man had stood on another world. For a boy like Jeffrey Bezos, this was not background. This was fuel. He was, from his earliest years, a child of unusual concentration. Not the restless, scattered curiosity of a boy who wants to touch everything and commits to nothing, but something deeper and more organized than that. He noticed how things worked. He wanted to understand the mechanism beneath the surface, the principle operating behind the phenomenon. When he was 3 years old, he reportedly tried to disassemble his own crib with a screwdriver, having decided at some point that he wanted a real bed, and that the most direct path to that outcome was to take apart the obstacle himself. Whether or not the specific details of this story have been softened by the retelling, its essential character is entirely consistent with everything that would follow. Jeffrey Bezos was, from the start, someone who looked at the world and asked not only how it worked, but what could be done with that understanding. His mother, Jacqueline, was young, but she was sharp and perceptive in the way that parents sometimes are when they are paying close attention, and she recognized early that her son required a particular kind of engagement. She did not try to slow him down. She tried, instead, to create the conditions in which his energy could find useful expression. The local Montessori school became one such space. The Montessori method, with its emphasis on child-directed learning, on allowing children to move between activities of their own choosing, on the idea that genuine curiosity is itself the most powerful educational tool, suited young Jeffrey so completely that his teachers reportedly had difficulty interrupting him once he became absorbed in a task. He would finish something, and then he would want to finish it better, or do the next thing, or take apart the assumption that had gotten him to the answer so he could see whether the assumption itself held. He was not performing curiosity. He was simply built that way. Summers, however, were different. Summers were Texas in its oldest and most fundamental form, because summers meant his grandfather's ranch. Lawrence Preston Guise, known to his family as Pop, was a man of remarkable range and quiet accomplishment. He had worked for the Atomic Energy Commission, rising to a senior position that put him in contact with some of the most complex technological and logistical challenges of the Cold War era. He had a scientific mind of genuine sophistication. He was also, by the time his grandson began spending summers with him, a rancher in the Cotulla area of South Texas, a region of low scrub brush and caliche roads, and a particular quality of silence that has no equivalent in the city. The land there is not gentle. It is sparse and demanding, and it requires from those who work it a level of practical problem-solving that no classroom can replicate. Jeffrey arrived each summer and was absorbed into the work of the ranch as naturally as if he had never left. He was not a guest on this land. He was not a child being humored. Pop Geese treated his grandson as a collaborator, a junior partner in the ongoing enterprise of keeping a working ranch operational. This meant real work. Hard work. The kind of work that leaves marks on your hands and tests your patience and teaches you, in a way that nothing else quite manages to, that persistence is not a virtue you either have or lack. It is a capacity you build by doing. The tractors, among everything else on the ranch, were among the most instructive teachers available to a curious boy. These were not simple machines. A working ranch tractor of that era was a complex assembly of engine components, hydraulic systems, electrical wiring, and mechanical linkages, each of which could and regularly did fail in ways that demanded diagnosis and repair. Parts were not always immediately available. The nearest equipment dealer might be a long drive on a slow road. And so the work of keeping a tractor running required exactly the kind of systematic thinking that young Jeffrey was already, by instinct, inclined toward. You could not guess your way to a solution. You had to understand the system. You had to trace the problem back to its source, identify what was actually wrong rather than what appeared to be wrong, and then solve the actual problem rather than the apparent one. He learned to do this. He learned it slowly at first, watching Pop work, watching the methodical way his grandfather approached a problem, neither panicked nor casual, but focused, sequential, patient. He learned that a machine that will not start is not a mystery but a sequence of possible failures, and that if you eliminate the possibilities one by one, what remains is the answer. He learned that the physical world, however obstinate it sometimes appears, is not arbitrary. It is governed by principles. And principles, once understood, can be worked with. These summers stretched across years, and with each summer the boy who arrived was a little older, a little more capable, a little more comfortable with the weight of real tools and real consequences. He helped castrate cattle, a task that requires a particular combination of physical steadiness and emotional composure that no amount of book learning can prepare you for. He helped weld broken equipment, learning the smell of hot metal and the particular quality of attention that welding demands, a kind of fierce, concentrated focus that tolerates no distraction. He helped fix the pump systems that brought water to the animals and to the household. He helped repair fencing. He helped, in short, with everything. And in the helping, he developed something that would prove more valuable than any single technical skill. He developed a relationship with difficulty that was fundamentally without fear. Pop Geese did not shelter his grandson from the fact that things are hard. He modeled, instead, the idea that hardness is simply the condition under which interesting problems exist, and that the appropriate response to a hard problem is not dismay, but engagement. When something broke, and on a working ranch things were always breaking, the question was never whether to fix it. The question was always how. In the evenings, when the work had eased, and the Texas sky was performing its extraordinary sunset theater, the light going gold and then orange, and then a deep bruised violet over the flat horizon, Pop would sometimes sit with his grandson and talk. These were not structured lessons. They were conversations. But they carried within them the accumulated weight of a life spent thinking seriously about serious things, and they left marks. Pop talked about science with a specificity and enthusiasm that made it feel not like a school subject, but like a living endeavor, something that real people did in the real world for reasons that mattered. He talked about the challenges he had worked on in his career, not in classified detail, but in spirit, in the sense that there were enormous problems facing humanity, and that the people who chose to engage with those problems were doing something genuinely important. For a boy who was already inclined to look at the sky, these conversations were not trivial. Houston, meanwhile, was doing its own work on the developing mind of Jeffrey Bezos. The city's relationship with space and science was not merely institutional, it was cultural. The language of engineering, of mission parameters and lift coefficients and orbital mechanics, existed in the civic air. The Houston Chronicle covered the space program, not as distant spectacle, but as local news, as the thing that the people of this city were helping to make happen. When Apollo missions launched, Houstonians felt a particular proprietary pride. When something went wrong, and things sometimes went terribly wrong, the grief was local and personal in a way it was not elsewhere. By the time Jeffrey was approaching his teenage years, he had developed a specific and serious interest in space exploration that was distinct from the general cultural enthusiasm surrounding it. He was not merely excited by rockets and astronauts in the way that most children are excited, drawn to the spectacle, the scale, the heroism. He was interested in the problem of it. He was interested in the technical and logistical and visionary challenge of what it would mean for human beings to become a multiplanetary species, to move beyond the fragile singularity of Earth and expand into the larger theater of the solar system. He thought about this not as fantasy, but as engineering, as a thing that could be done, as a thing that, if the right people made the right decisions and applied sufficient intelligence and will, would be done. This was not a common way for a 12-year-old to think. But Jeffrey Bezos was not thinking the way most 12-year-olds think. At River Oaks Elementary, and then at Palmetto Middle School, he moved through his coursework with the particular combination of ease and restlessness that tends to characterize children, whose minds are running faster than the curriculum around them. He was not disruptive in the manner of boredom. He was engaged. He asked questions that sometimes exceeded the boundaries of what was being taught. He finished assignments and moved on to the next level of the problem before the class had finished discussing the first. His teachers recognized something in him and responded to it with varying degrees of success, but the consistent note across his early educational years was that he was operating with an intensity and a self-direction that was unusual, and that would require, eventually, a larger stage. At home, he was building things. This is perhaps the most important detail of his early years, the one that connects the ranch summers and the Houston education and the NASA backdrop into something coherent. He was always building. The garage of the family home became, progressively, a laboratory in the informal but authentic sense of that word. He assembled Heathkit electronics, those marvelous mail-order kits of the era that allowed a person of any age, if they had sufficient patience and a working ability to follow circuit diagrams, to build functional electronic devices from component parts. The Heathkit catalog was a Bible of practical electronics education, and for a boy with Jeffrey's inclinations, it was an almost perfect tool. Each kit was a problem. Each problem had a solution. The solution was the working device. And the working device was evidence that the principles were real. He built an alarm system for his bedroom to keep his younger siblings out, a thoroughly practical application of electronic knowledge that also happened to demonstrate, at an early age, his understanding that technology is most interesting when it solves actual problems that actual people actually have. The alarm worked. His room remained on his terms, his own. He built a solar cooker, rigging reflective panels to concentrate sunlight onto a cooking surface, demonstrating both an early interest in solar energy and a characteristic willingness to start with a large idea and work backward to its practical implementation. Whether the solar cooker produced reliably edible results is perhaps less important than what the building of it revealed about the builder, that he was not content to know that something was theoretically possible. He needed to make it actual. He turned the garage into something between a workshop and a research station, accumulating tools and components and books and the particular kind of organized disorder that serious amateur scientists tend to generate. His parents, and it must be said here that Mike Bezos was, by all evidence, an extraordinary father, patient and supportive and genuinely engaged with his son's development, did not discourage this. They encouraged it. They made space for it, literally and figuratively. They understood, or intuited, that the garage laboratory was not a distraction from Jeffrey's development. It was his development. The books he read during these years were not, by and large, age-appropriate in the conventional sense. He read science fiction with serious intent, treating the genre not as escapism, but as a literature of possibility, a form that allowed the imagination to explore what careful thinking about the future might actually yield. Heinlein was a particular favorite. So was Isaac Asimov. And so was a writer named Arthur C. Clarke, whose work combined a genuine scientific understanding with a visionary scope that matched the scale of what young Jeffrey was already dreaming about. These were not just stories. They were arguments about what was possible. And Jeffrey Bezos was someone who, when he encountered an argument about what was possible, tended to take it seriously. He was also, during these years, becoming competitive in the particular way that people of high ability sometimes do when they begin to sense both the scope of their own capability and the existence of others who might challenge it. He was not competitive in the petty sense, not interested in winning for the sake of defeating someone else. He was competitive in the way that reveals itself as a deep desire to find the absolute limit of what can be done, and then to push past it. He played chess with a focused intensity. He pursued whatever interest he had with a completeness that left little room for casualness. When he was interested in something, he was entirely interested. When he was not, he was not. The middle range, the polite, performative engagement that most social situations reward, was never his natural register. By the time he reached high school, the essential character of the man he was becoming was already substantially formed. Not fixed, he would continue to develop, to surprise, to evolve in ways that no one around him could fully anticipate. But the foundations were in place. The relationship with difficulty that the ranch had built. The love of mechanism and system that the garage had cultivated. The visionary scope that Houston and its space culture and his grandfather's conversations and his science fiction library had together produced. The competitive intensity that seemed to arise from something constitutional rather than something learned. And beneath all of it, a particular quality of patient long-termism, the ability to hold a large idea in mind for a very long time without losing faith in it, to work towards something that might require years or decades to fully realize, without either losing patience or settling for a lesser version of the original vision. This is what the years between 1964 and 1982 built. Not a finished person. No one is a finished person at 18. But a distinctive one. A young man who had been shaped with unusual thoroughness by the right combination of people and places and experiences. A grandfather who treated him as an intellectual equal and demonstrated what it looked like to engage with hard problems without flinching. A father who showed him, by example, what reinvention looked like and what determination in the service of a genuine goal could accomplish. A mother who created the conditions for his particular kind of mind to develop without trying to redirect or contain it. A city that made the largest dreams of human ambition feel like neighborhood news. And summers on a ranch in South Texas where the land itself was a teacher, and the lessons were about persistence and practicality, and the deep, unglamorous satisfaction of fixing something that was broken. The garage laboratory would not always be a garage. The tractors would not always be tractors. The horizons that he was already, at 18, fixing his attention upon were not the flat horizons of the South Texas plain, though those horizons had done their work on him. They were larger. They were further. And they were, in the particular and serious way that distinguished Jeffrey Preston Bezos from almost everyone around him, already being planned for. The boy who once tried to take apart his crib because he wanted something better was becoming, with the quiet and remorseless inevitability of someone built for exactly this purpose, the man who would spend a lifetime doing the same thing to the world. The Princeton Elite, 1982 to 1986. The taxi moved through the streets of Princeton, New Jersey, in the late summer of 1982, passing beneath canopies of elm and oak that had been growing since before the American Revolution. The air carried the particular weight of late August, thick with humidity and the faint scent of cut grass, and through the cab window, a young man of 18 sat watching the university's Gothic towers rise slowly above the tree line, limestone spires catching the amber light of the afternoon sun. His name was Jeffrey Preston Bezos, and he had arrived at one of the most consequential addresses in American intellectual history with a single burning ambition: to understand the universe. Not metaphorically, literally. He had come to Princeton to study theoretical physics, to sit at the feet of the great tradition that had sheltered Albert Einstein in the final decades of his life, to learn the language of quarks and quantum fields, to become one of those rare minds who could look at the fabric of reality and read what was written there. He had rehearsed this plan for years. It was not a whim. It was a vocation. Princeton's campus does something particular to the people who enter it for the first time. The architecture insists on permanence. The stone buildings, the cloistered walkways, the way the courtyards open onto one another like a series of quiet revelations, all of it speaks of knowledge accumulated not in years but in centuries. For a young man whose mind had always run ahead of itself, who had since childhood disassembled mechanical toys and rebuilt alarm systems and taught himself the logic of machines, the campus was both an arrival and a provocation. It said, "You are here, yes. But what will you do with that?" He moved into his dormitory and unpacked his books. The course catalog for Princeton's physics department read like a map of the cosmos. Quantum mechanics, electromagnetic theory, classical mechanics rendered in the elegant notation of Lagrangians and Hamiltonians, statistical thermodynamics. The mathematics that underpinned each of these disciplines was formidable, not merely difficult, but deeply abstract, requiring a willingness to hold uncertainty in suspension for months at a time while intuition slowly caught up with formalism. Jeff Bezos had always been good at mathematics. He had been, by most measures, exceptional. But Princeton would teach him something that no aptitude test could measure: the difference between being very good and being among the best who had ever lived. That lesson did not arrive all at once. In the early weeks of his freshman year, the physics lectures were electric. He sat in large amphitheater classrooms where the professor wrote differential equations across long blackboards in looping, confident chalk, and the equations seemed to him not like obstacles but like doors. He took notes with the focused intensity that had characterized his academic life since early childhood, not just copying what was written, but annotating, questioning, connecting one formula to another with the private logic of a mind that needed to understand the bones beneath the surface of every subject. He went to office hours. He read ahead. He worked through problem sets with a patience that impressed his professors and a thoroughness that impressed his fellow students. Princeton's physics department in the early 1980s was not a place for the merely talented. It was populated by students who had grown up dreaming of nothing else, young men and women who had spent their adolescences reading Feynman and Dirac, not for school credit, but for pleasure, who could manipulate tensors in their sleep, who felt the pull of the deep mathematical structure of the universe the way other people felt the pull of music or literature. The standard was not high. It was vertiginous. And Jeff Bezos, for perhaps the first time in his academic life, found himself in a room where he was not obviously the most exceptional person present. This is a moment that most people of high intelligence eventually encounter. And what matters is not the moment itself, but what one does in its wake. Some people retreat. Some pretend the realization never came. Some rearrange their ambitions in the privacy of their own minds without ever quite admitting to themselves that a rearrangement has occurred. And some, the rarer kind, sit with the discomfort long enough to let it teach them something. There was a specific afternoon during his sophomore year that Bezos would later describe as clarifying. He and a friend were working on a differential equation for a physics problem set, a problem that had consumed hours of his effort without yielding. The equation was elegant but resistant, requiring a mathematical transformation that was not obvious, and the path through it remained stubbornly invisible to him. His friend looked at the problem for a short time, and then quietly and without ceremony wrote out the solution. Not approximately. Exactly. In a few intuitive steps that Bezos had not been able to discover in hours of sustained concentration. He sat with that for a long time. What it told him was not that he was unintelligent. He knew that was not true. What it told him was something more specific and more useful, that theoretical physics, at its highest level, required a particular shape of intelligence, a capacity for sustained abstract intuition that was not simply the result of effort or preparation, but something rarer, something closer to gift. And that while he possessed considerable intellectual gifts, the specific gift that theoretical physics demanded at the frontier was not his primary instrument. It is worth pausing here to appreciate what it requires to arrive at that conclusion honestly. There is a version of Jeff Bezos who could have continued in theoretical physics, grinding forward on determination and rigor, perhaps achieving a respectable academic career without ever reaching the heights he had once imagined. There is another version who might have doubled down defensively, insisting to himself that the problem set was an anomaly, that the comparison was unfair, that given enough time he would have gotten there too. What he did instead was something more difficult. He looked at the evidence clearly and updated his understanding of himself. He began, gradually and then more decisively, to turn toward a different kind of problem. The electrical engineering and computer science departments at Princeton in the early 1980s occupied a different intellectual atmosphere than the physics department, less absorbed in the deep grammar of nature, more preoccupied with the pragmatic questions of how systems could be designed, optimized, and made to do things. The distinction sounds like a step down, and in the hierarchies of academic prestige that governed the imagination of ambitious undergraduates at the time, it was sometimes perceived that way. Physics was the queen of the sciences, the discipline that asked the deepest questions. Engineering was what happened when you applied the answers. But this framing, Bezos was beginning to understand, contained an error. It assumed that depth belonged exclusively to pure science, that the world of applied systems was necessarily shallower than the world of fundamental theory. What he was discovering, as he moved into the electrical engineering and computer science curriculum, was that this was simply not true. Systems had their own depth. The question of how to design something that really worked at scale under conditions of uncertainty in the presence of human behavior, was not a lesser question than the question of how the universe was constituted. It was a different question. And it was, for the particular architecture of his mind, a more generative one. The computer science courses that Princeton offered in the early 1980s existed at a peculiar historical juncture. Personal computing was still young. The IBM PC had arrived in 1981, just before Bezos enrolled, and the idea that computing would eventually restructure every domain of human activity was present in the air but not yet visible in its full shape. The professors who taught these courses had come of age in a period when computers filled entire rooms and were operated by specialists, and the curriculum reflected both the technical rigor of that tradition and the emerging sense that something was changing, that the relationship between computing and the broader world was about to be renegotiated in ways that no one could fully anticipate. To sit in those classrooms in 1982 and 1983 was to receive an education in systems thinking, in the idea that complex behaviors could emerge from simple rules, that the design of an architecture determined not just what a system could do now, but what it could become over time, that the hardest problems in computing were not purely mathematical but deeply human, how to build things that people could use, that could grow, that could adapt. These were not the questions that Bezos had come to Princeton expecting to find most interesting. They turned out to be the questions that would organize the rest of his life. He was a student of considerable intensity. People who studied with him during those years remember the quality of his concentration, the way he engaged with problems not by skimming their surface but by pressing into them, turning them over, looking for the angle from which they became tractable. He had a particular habit of thinking out loud, of externalizing the logic of a problem in speech as a way of testing whether he actually understood it, and this made him a useful person to study with. His presence in a conversation clarified things. He also laughed, loudly, unexpectedly, with a fullness that could fill a dormitory common room. And this laugh, which would become one of his most recognized features in later years, was already fully formed in Princeton, a kind of overflow, a release of pleasure at something that had genuinely delighted or surprised him. He joined the Student Computing Club. He explored the early architecture of networked systems at a time when the Internet was still a research project called ARPANET, when the idea of interconnected computers sharing information across geography was still sufficiently novel that the people who worked with it felt like they were handling something genuinely new. He took courses in algorithm design, in operating systems, in the mathematical foundations of computer science, a field called discrete mathematics, and formal logic that provided the structural underpinning of everything built from code. He was good at these things. Not in the way he had imagined being good at physics, not with the aspiration toward the frontier of human knowledge, but with a different kind of competence, more oriented toward application, toward the question of what could actually be built. The electrical engineering component of his studies pulled him into a different kind of complexity, the physical reality of circuits and signals, of analog systems and digital logic, of the way information moved through hardware. This was the grounding layer beneath software, the physical substrate that all computation depended upon, and studying it gave him a perspective that purely software-oriented training did not, an understanding that every abstraction sat on top of a material reality, that the elegant formal systems of computer science were ultimately implemented in silicon and copper and voltage differentials in the imperfect and contingent world of physical things. This would matter later. The capacity to see the whole stack, the physical, the logical, the systemic, was not something that all technologists developed, and those who did possessed an advantage in reasoning about what was truly possible versus what was merely theoretically elegant. Princeton's campus, meanwhile, was providing a different kind of education alongside the technical one. The university in the early 1980s was a place of considerable intellectual energy, seminars, visiting lecturers, debates that spilled from classrooms into dining halls and then into dormitory rooms at 2 a.m. The culture encouraged argument, not as a form of aggression but as a form of inquiry, and Bezos moved through that culture with an appetite that was not purely academic. He was interested in people, in how they thought, in what they believed and why, in the way an argument could be made or undermined. He had opinions, and he was willing to defend them, But he was also willing, more willing than many, to change his mind when evidence demanded it. He ate in the dining halls with students from the engineering school, and the physics department, and the economics department, and the history department, and the conversations that resulted were not merely social. He was, in a way, he might not have articulated at the time, building a model of human knowledge, a sense of what the different disciplines could and could not see, of where their assumptions were hidden, of where the real leverage and understanding resided. This was not a formal project. It was temperament, expressed through curiosity. In his junior year, something began to shift in the quality of his attention toward the nascent world of computing and its relationship to commerce. The early 1980s were a period in which the personal computer was moving from specialty product to mass market object, and this transition was beginning to generate questions that were not purely technical. How would people actually use these machines? What would they use them for? How would the economics of computing evolve as the hardware became cheaper and more powerful? These were not questions with clean answers. They required reasoning under uncertainty, the kind of thinking that combines technical understanding with an intuition about human behavior and institutional dynamics. Bezos found these questions deeply interesting. Not because he had a specific plan in mind. He was 20 years old, and specific plans were not yet the relevant unit, but because they seemed to him to be questions where thinking clearly could produce genuine insight, where the application of careful reasoning to messy real-world phenomena could yield something valuable. This was a different kind of intellectual pleasure than solving a differential equation, but it was real pleasure, and he was learning to trust it. The summer between his junior and senior years brought an internship experience that pressed him closer to the intersection of technology and institutional systems. He worked in a context where computing was being applied to problems of scale and logistics, and what he encountered there was not the theoretical elegance of the classroom, but the obstinate complexity of things as they actually were. Systems that interacted in unpredictable ways, data that was incomplete or inconsistent, human processes that had evolved organically over time and resisted clean redesign. Working with these systems required not just technical knowledge, but a kind of practical wisdom, an ability to distinguish between what could be changed and what had to be worked around, between the essential and the accidental. He returned to Princeton for his senior year with this experience folded into his thinking, a sediment of practical reality beneath the more abstract structures the university had given him. He took his final set of courses with a clarity of focus that had been building across 4 years. He was going to graduate with a degree in electrical engineering and computer science. He was going to go into a world that was being remade by the technologies he had spent 4 years studying. He did not know exactly what he would do. The specific shape of the future was not visible yet to him or to anyone, but he had developed through the particular combination of ambition and honest self-assessment that Princeton had forced upon him, a reasonably accurate picture of what he was and what he was not. He was not a theoretical physicist. He had understood that, and he had honored that understanding by changing course, and the changing of course had not diminished him but clarified him. He was a systems thinker, someone who could hold complexity in mind, who was drawn to the question of how things could be designed to work at scale, who found pleasure in the iterative problem of building something that actually functioned in a real and unpredictable world. He was someone who could move between the technical and the human, who was interested not just in what a system did, but in what it was for, who it served, how it changed the behavior of the people who interacted with it. These were not credentials. They were characteristics. And characteristics, it turns out, are what matter most when you are trying to understand why a person ended up doing what they did. Not the specific knowledge they acquired, which can always be added to, but the shape of their attention, the things they found beautiful and worth pursuing, the way they responded when they encountered their own limitations. Princeton gave Jeff Bezos knowledge. But more than knowledge, it gave him something harder to name: a refined understanding of the territory of his own capabilities, an encounter with the genuinely exceptional that recalibrated his sense of what excellence meant and what it required, and an immersion in the emerging world of computing systems at exactly the moment when that world was beginning to take the shape that would eventually transform everything. On the afternoon of his graduation in the spring of 1986, the ceremony unfolded in the open air of Princeton's Great Lawn, beneath skies that had the blue, clear quality of early June mornings at that latitude. The Gothic towers rose at the edges of the frame. The elms were in full leaf. The graduating class arranged itself in the long tradition that Princeton had maintained for generations, and the faculty processed in their academic robes. The whole ceremony wrapped in a formality that insisted, as Princeton always insisted, on the weight of the moment. He received his degree, summa cum laude, the highest distinction the university conferred, a recognition that whatever rerouting his ambitions had undergone, his intellectual engagement with Princeton had been total, had been committed, had produced work of the highest order. He had not merely passed through the Ivy League. He had pressed himself against it, had tested himself against the sharpest minds the institution gathered, had allowed the friction of that encounter to reshape him in ways that were not entirely comfortable, and that were, in the deepest sense, exactly what an education was supposed to do. He walked across the stage. He shook the hand extended to him. He held the degree in his hands for a moment. And somewhere behind him, somewhere in the crowd of families and friends and professors and students who had gathered on that lawn, the future waited with the patience of all futures, unannounced, vast, already in motion in ways that no one present could quite read. The university would continue without him. The elms would lose their leaves in autumn and regain them in spring. New students would arrive and encounter for the first time what he had encountered, the exhilaration of a place that demanded everything and gave back in exchange for that demand the rare and difficult gift of knowing more precisely what one was. He had come to Princeton to understand the universe. He was leaving with something different and in certain ways more valuable, a clearer understanding of himself. What he would do with that understanding, the full, improbable, world-altering scope of what he would do with it, was still entirely ahead of him, unrealized, waiting on the far side of the horizon that he had, without yet knowing it, already set himself moving toward. Chapter 3: Wall Street Momentum, 1986 to 1994. The Hudson River catches the light differently in early autumn. There is something about the way Manhattan holds September, the heat breaking just enough to let the city breathe again, the streets resuming their particular urgency after the slow drift of summer. In 1986, that urgency belongs to a young man of 22 who has just stepped off a Princeton campus for the last time as a student, diploma in hand, a mind already brimming with more questions than the degree could possibly answer. He does not arrive in New York City the way most young graduates do, wide-eyed and tentative, hoping the city will be kind. He arrives the way he does everything, with direction, with calculation, and with a hunger that has no clean name yet, but that everyone who meets him seems to sense immediately. His name is Jeff Bezos. And Wall Street, in the fall of 1986, is precisely where the world's most ambitious minds are converging. To understand what draws him there, you have to understand what Wall Street has become by the mid-1980s. This is not merely a financial district. It is a proving ground for a very specific type of intelligence, the kind that can hold enormous complexity in the mind simultaneously, that can find patterns in noise, that can tolerate uncertainty and still act decisively. The computers have arrived, and they have changed everything. Trading floors that once operated on instinct and relationship, and the shouted bids of men who had spent decades reading each other's body language, are now being quietly revolutionized by algorithms, by quantitative models, by the slow dawning understanding that mathematics might see things in the market that human intuition simply cannot. For someone like Bezos, someone who graduated summa cum laude from Princeton, who double majored in electrical engineering and computer science, who turned down medical school and law school because he could not imagine a life that did not sit at the intersection of technology and human systems. This moment in financial history feels almost cosmically timed. He joins Fiddle, a small but forward-thinking financial telecommunications company, and his work there is immediately significant. Fiddle is trying to build something that the financial world needs desperately, but does not yet know how to construct: a global network for executing international stock trades. This is 1986, and the notion of global financial infrastructure feels, to most people, somewhere between ambitious and fantastical. The Internet, as most people would come to understand it, does not exist yet. Communication between financial institutions across different time zones and different currencies is slow, unreliable, riddled with inefficiencies that cost money with every passing minute. What Fiddle is trying to do is thread a needle in the dark, build the plumbing for a global system using tools that are still being invented. Bezos throws himself into it. He is not the type of person who learns a job and then performs it. He is the type who, upon learning a job, immediately begins to understand why the job exists, what problem it solves, what a better version of the solution might look like. His colleagues notice this quickly. There is a quality to his engagement with any problem that goes several layers deeper than what the task at hand requires, and it unsettles some people and electrifies others. He is restless in a way that is not anxious. He is restless the way a river is restless, always finding the lowest point, always moving. At Fiddle, he learns the architecture of global finance from the ground up. He learns how information moves or fails to move across borders and institutions. He learns how money and data are, at some fundamental level, the same thing. Both are representations of value, and both travel through systems that can be optimized, accelerated, made more efficient. This insight will stay with him for the rest of his life. The idea that systems can be redesigned from first principles, that the inherited inefficiencies of any existing structure are not inevitable, but merely unexamined, this becomes a lens through which he begins to see almost everything. He does not stay at Fiddle long. This is worth noting, not as a mark against the company or the role, but as the first of many moments in Bezos's career where forward momentum simply outpaces the container he is currently occupying. By 1988, he is moving to Bankers Trust, one of the most storied names in American banking, and once again he is working at the edge of what technology can do for finance. Bankers Trust in the late 1980s is navigating a period of profound transformation. The old ways of doing things are rubbing up against the new ways, and the people who can speak both languages fluently, who understand the traditional logic of banking and also understand what computers can now do, are extraordinarily valuable. Bezos becomes one of those people. He works in the information technology division, and what he is doing there is, in the broadest sense, building systems. He is thinking about how information flows, how processes can be made faster, how the gap between what a bank knows and what a bank can act on might be closed. It is technical work, but it is never purely technical, because Bezos cannot think about a system without also thinking about the human beings the system is meant to serve, the problems it is meant to solve, the world it is meant to operate in. The late 1980s in New York are a particular kind of crucible. The crash of October 1987 has just reminded everyone that markets are not rational, that they are made of human decisions and human panic, and that the systems holding everything together are more fragile than they appear from a distance. There is a certain sobriety that follows, a recognition that the go-go excess of the early decade needs to be tempered by something more rigorous, more systematic, more honest about risk. Quantitative finance, the discipline of using mathematical models to understand and manage risk, is having its moment. The culture of Wall Street is bifurcating. On one side, the deal makers, the rainmakers, the men of relationship and reputation and towering self-assurance. on the other, the quants, the mathematicians and physicists and computer scientists, who have wandered in from academia and are quietly rewriting the rules of the game with tools that the traditional bankers can barely follow. Bezos belongs to the second world. He is a quant by training and by temperament, but he is not a narrow one. He has a breadth of vision and a social fluency that the stereotype of the quant does not prepare you for. He can work through a differential equation and then walk into a room and command it. He can speak the language of code and the language of business with equal authority. This makes him unusually mobile in a world that often silos the two. By the early 1990s, he has come to the attention of a firm that is unlike anything else on Wall Street. D. Shaw & Company is not, in the conventional sense, a hedge fund. Or rather, it is a hedge fund in the way that a cathedral is a building. Technically accurate but somehow missing the point. Founded in 1988 by David E. Shaw, a Columbia University computer science professor, D. Shaw operates on the premise that the financial markets contain patterns that can be identified and exploited by sufficiently sophisticated computational methods, and that the people capable of building those methods are not primarily traders or bankers but scientists. Shaw recruits from MIT and Caltech and Stanford and Princeton, not from Wharton. He hires physicists who have tired of academia and mathematicians who want to apply their skills to systems that give immediate feedback. He is building, in Lower Manhattan, something that looks less like a trading firm and more like a research laboratory with a very unusual business model. When Bezos joins D.E. Shaw, he joins as part of a team that is essentially a startup within a startup. The firm is young, barely a few years old, but it is already generating returns that the traditional financial world finds puzzling and unsettling in roughly equal measure. The models work. The algorithms find edges in the market that human traders, operating on instinct and experience, consistently miss. And the firm keeps this operation tightly guarded. Secrecy is not just a preference at D.E. Shaw, but a structural element of its competitive advantage. What the firm knows, the firm keeps. Bezos takes to this environment the way a natural athlete takes to a sport that finally matches his body. He is surrounded for the first time in his professional life by people who think the way he thinks, who see systems everywhere, who are not satisfied with explanations that stop at the surface, who find genuine pleasure in the kind of problem that takes weeks or months to fully understand. But even here, among some of the most formidable analytical minds of his generation, Bezos distinguishes himself. It is not just that he is smart. Everyone at D.E. Shaw is smart, in ways that would be humbling in most other contexts. It is that he is smart and driven and clear, that he combines computational precision with an almost visceral sense of where value lies and where it does not. His role evolves rapidly. He is not content to be one contributor among many, working on a discrete piece of a larger system. He wants to understand the whole system. He wants to know not just how the models work, but why they are structured the way they are, what assumptions they rest on, what would need to be true for them to break down. This kind of interrogative engagement with everything he touches is characteristic, and at D.E. Shaw it finds an audience that can meet it. The early 1990s on Wall Street are a period of extraordinary ferment. The savings and loan crisis has played out its grim conclusion. The junk bond era, with its strange heroes and spectacular catastrophes, has ended. The global economy is reorganizing itself in ways that no one fully understands yet. The Cold War has ended, and with it, the geopolitical architecture that shaped trade and finance for 4 decades. Markets are becoming more connected, more volatile, more sensitive to events in distant corners of the world. And technology is accelerating through all of it, making information move faster, making computation cheaper, opening up possibilities that financial theorists are still working to articulate. At D.E. Shaw, Bezos works on problems that are simultaneously very technical and very large. He is not just writing code or refining models. He is thinking about what kinds of financial instruments can be created, what kinds of markets can be built, where the inefficiencies in the existing system are large enough to be worth targeting. He develops an understanding of financial markets not as a given natural thing, but as a constructed system built by human beings operating on rules that human beings chose, capable of being redesigned in ways that human beings have not yet imagined. This is a subtle but critical shift in perspective. Most people who work in finance, even brilliant people, work within the existing system. They accept the structure of markets as a kind of weather, something you have to navigate, not something you have the option of changing. Bezos increasingly does not see it this way. He sees markets as infrastructure, and infrastructure can be rebuilt. He rises quickly. This, too, is characteristic. Bezos does not linger at any level of responsibility once he has outgrown it. He demonstrates capability, earns trust, and expands his scope in ways that are hard to resist because he almost always delivers. By the early years of the decade, he is leading efforts on what D.E. Shaw calls business development, which is, in effect, the forward-looking arm of the firm's ambitions. This is not the algorithmic trading floor. This is the part of D.E. Shaw that is thinking about what the firm should become, what opportunities in the broader world a firm of this kind of intellectual firepower might be positioned to seize. This role suits Bezos perfectly. He has spent years building technical fluency, understanding systems from the inside, learning the mechanics of how information and money interact. Now he is asked to apply that understanding to a question that is more open-ended and more exciting to him than any specific model or algorithm. Where is the world going, and how can we be there when it arrives? He becomes, in this period, a student of what is happening beyond finance. He reads widely. He thinks about technology not just as a tool for improving existing systems, but as a force that rewrites what systems are possible in the first place. He watches with a certain quality of focused attention that people who spend time with him always remark upon. As the Internet begins to emerge from its academic and governmental origins and show the first faint signs of becoming something that ordinary people might use. This is still the early 1990s, and most people in finance, even sophisticated, forward-thinking people, are not paying close attention to what is happening in the world of networked computers. The web is young. Browsers are crude. The infrastructure is primitive. It looks from a distance like a curiosity. Bezos does not find it curious. He finds it consequential. There is a story told about him from this period, perhaps embellished in the retelling, but true in its essential shape, that he sits in meetings at D.E. Shaw, where a dozen or more brilliant people are discussing the firm's future directions, and that when someone brings up this emerging thing called the Internet, Bezos goes still in a way that is different from his normal alertness. Something clicks into place for him in these discussions. He begins to see, not all at once but in a series of accumulating insights, that the Internet is not just another technology. It is a distribution network. It is a communication system. It is an infrastructure for commerce that does not yet exist, but that will need to be built, and that whoever builds it well will be positioned in a way that is almost without historical precedent. He is named Senior Vice President at D.E. Shaw. He is 28 years old. This is not the kind of title that falls to people at 28 in the conservative, hierarchical world of Wall Street finance. It reflects what his colleagues and his superiors have come to understand about him, which is that his value to the firm is not merely operational but strategic, not merely in what he can execute, but in how he thinks and what he sees. He is, in the truest sense, a builder. Someone who does not just manage what exists, but imagines what should exist and then begins methodically and relentlessly to construct it. His life in New York in these years is full, but not loud. He is not a creature of the social circuit that defines Wall Street's more conspicuous faces. He is not at the parties or the charity galas or the dinner tables where deals are struck between men who have known each other for decades. He is working. He is reading. He is thinking. He has a quality of self-containment that is not coldness. People who know him well speak of his warmth, his booming laugh, his genuine interest in the people around him, but that operates according to an internal compass that does not require external validation to maintain its bearing. He is also falling in love. Mackenzie Tuttle, who will become Mackenzie Bezos, works at D.E. Shaw as a researcher. She is a Princeton graduate herself, a writer of uncommon talent, and what begins between them in the unusual incubator of a hedge fund's research division is a partnership that will define the personal architecture of his life for decades to come. Their relationship is, in the way of most important relationships, not a distraction from his ambitions, but a kind of ballast for them. She is someone who can match his intellectual intensity and also, when he needs it, help him see himself clearly. But something is gathering in Bezos that the comfortable circumstances of his life, the senior title, the prestigious firm, the good salary, the apartment in Manhattan, cannot fully contain. It is building the way pressure builds in a system that has been sealed at one end. He is thinking, with increasing frequency and increasing clarity, about something that has nothing to do with quantitative finance. He is thinking about books. He is thinking about the internet. He is thinking about what it might mean to sell things, not through a physical store with its geographic constraints and its limited inventory and its operating hours, but through a network that knows no geography, that is open at every hour, that can in theory offer anything to anyone anywhere. He makes lists. This is a practice he will maintain for the rest of his life. The systematic enumeration of possibilities, the disciplined reduction of an overwhelming idea to its component parts. He lists products that might be sold effectively over the internet. He thinks about what characteristics a product needs to have to make online distribution advantageous rather than merely convenient. It should be something that benefits from vast selection, because the internet can offer selection that no physical store can match. It should be something that does not require being touched or tasted or tried on before a customer commits to buying. It should be something where information, description, price, availability is sufficient to close a transaction. He keeps returning to books. Books are perfect in the logic he is building. There are millions of titles in existence, more than any single store could ever stock, more than any catalog could ever list. Books are standardized objects. A book is a book, and you can describe it well enough in words that a buyer can feel confident. Books are durable. Books can be shipped. And the book industry, despite its cultural prestige, is in 1993 and 1994 a deeply inefficient system. Publishers and distributors and retailers operating through layers of intermediary relationship that have not been examined critically in generations. He runs the numbers at night. He thinks about distribution, about inventory, about what a customer experience built from scratch for a digital world might look like rather than one adapted from the physical world's constraints. He thinks about the rate at which internet usage is growing. He will later recall seeing a figure of something like 2,300% annual growth in web usage, a number so large it barely makes sense as a number. And he thinks about what it means to be early in the development of a distribution network that is growing at that rate. He brings some of these ideas to D.E. Shaw. The firm is interested in the internet. It would be strange if it were not. And there are discussions about what role a firm of D.E. Shaw's capabilities might play in the emerging online world. But these discussions happen inside the logic of what D.E. Shaw already is: a quantitative hedge fund, a firm with a particular identity and a particular set of investors and a particular way of doing business. The thing Bezos is imagining does not fit neatly inside that logic. It is not a new instrument or a new model. It is a new kind of company entirely. He is 30 years old in 1994. He is a senior vice president of one of the most intellectually distinguished financial firms in the world. He has a life that most people who knew him in Albuquerque or in Miami or in Princeton would find extraordinary. And he is about to walk away from all of it. The conversation with his boss, David Shaw, is characteristically direct. Bezos tells him what he is thinking. Shaw, to his credit, takes it seriously. He does not dismiss the idea or question the intelligence behind it. He suggests, with the measured equanimity of a man who has thought carefully about uncertainty, that Bezos think about it for 48 hours before deciding anything. He points out with some justification that this kind of idea is better pursued by someone who does not already have a good job, and that if the internet opportunity is as large as Bezos believes it to be, it will still be there in a year or two. Bezos takes the 48 hours. He walks around New York. He thinks. He applies to his own situation the framework he will later articulate as the Regret Minimization Framework, imagining himself at 80 years old, looking back at this moment, and asking which choice he would regret more, trying and failing or not trying at all. The answer, for a man of his particular composition, is not complicated. What D.E. Shaw gave him, in these 8 years between 1986 and 1994, is harder to name than a title or a salary. It gave him fluency in the language of systems. It gave him an understanding of risk that is mathematical rather than merely intuitive, a sense of how to hold probabilities, how to think about expected value, how to make decisions under uncertainty without either recklessness or paralysis. It gave him proximity to a culture that took ideas with absolute seriousness, that believed intelligence rigorously applied could find opportunities that the uninstructed eye would never see. And it gave him, perhaps most importantly, the experience of watching a small firm with an unusual vision grow rapidly because it was doing something the world had not seen before. He has been preparing, not consciously, not with this destination in mind from the beginning, but in the way that all genuine preparation works, by building capability and perspective and judgment through the serious engagement with demanding work. He has been getting ready for something that is still, in these final weeks of 1994, only a vision. The decision is made. He tells Mackenzie. She is, without hesitation, with him. They will leave New York. He has been thinking about where to go, and the logic here, characteristically, involves no sentimentality. He is thinking about tax implications, about proximity to a major book distributor in Nevada, about the availability of technical talent. The answer the logic produces is Seattle. The horizon, which has always been where Bezos's gaze naturally falls, is about to get very much larger. Chapter 4. The Regret Minimization Framework, 1994-1995. There is a particular kind of morning that belongs only to New York City, the kind where the air arrives before the light, thick with ambition and exhaust, and the hum of 10,000 minds already in motion before the sun has properly cleared the East River. In the spring of 1994, Jeff Bezos was 30 years old, and he was one of those minds. He was, by any reasonable measure, exactly where a man of his particular gifts was supposed to be. His office was on the 44th floor of a building in Midtown Manhattan, and from certain angles, on certain mornings, you could see the whole machinery of American capitalism laid out beneath you like a circuit board, streets for wires, yellow cabs for signals, people for current, all of it moving, all of it directed, all of it purposeful. D. Shaw & Company was not merely a successful firm. It was a kind of temple to the quantitatively gifted, a place where the smartest people in rooms full of very smart people went to compete against each other at the edge of what mathematics and computing could do with money. And Jeff Bezos was, within that temple, something close to a high priest. He had risen fast. That was the thing people noticed first about him. Not the way he laughed, which was loud and sudden and entirely unself-conscious, but the speed of his ascent. He had joined D.E. Shaw just 4 years earlier, and by the spring of 1994 he held the title of Senior Vice President. He was, by the internal accounting of a firm that prized intelligence above almost everything else, considered one of the best minds they had. David Shaw himself, a man whose brilliance was so obvious it seemed almost impolite, had selected Bezos as one of his closest deputies. They would walk together, Shaw and Bezos, and talk through ideas the way other people talk through lunch, quickly, hungrily, already reaching for the next thing before the current thing was fully swallowed. He made serious money. He had a serious career. He had, in other words, everything that a young man from Albuquerque who had grown up watching his parents work hard and sacrifice deeply was supposed to want when he finally made it to the other side of wanting. And yet, there was something else moving in him that spring, something that had no clean name in the language of finance or hedge funds or senior vice presidencies. It was closer to restlessness, but that word is too small. Restlessness suggests the absence of peace, and what Bezos felt was not the absence of peace, it was the presence of something else entirely. A signal. A recognition. The particular internal alarm that goes off when a person of genuine vision sees something the rest of the world has not yet fully registered. What he had seen was a number. The number was 2,300%. It had appeared in a report he encountered in the course of his ordinary work in the sea of data that passed through D.E. Shaw in those years as the firm was beginning, like many of the most forward-thinking institutions of that era, to pay serious attention to the emerging phenomenon of the Internet. The figure referred to the annual growth rate of usage on the World Wide Web, not the Internet broadly, which had been growing for years in academic and military circles, but the web specifically, the graphical, hyperlinked, publicly navigable web that Tim Berners-Lee had released to the world just a handful of years before. 2,300% annual growth. Not quarterly. Annual. The kind of number that, when you first encounter it, your mind reflexively searches for the error, because numbers like that do not belong in the ordinary catalog of human phenomena. Bezos was not the kind of man who looked for the error. He was the kind of man who, when the math told him something uncomfortable, went looking for the implications. He sat with the number. He turned it over. He held it up against everything he knew about technology, about markets, about the particular shape that paradigm shifts make when they first appear in data, always small, always easy to dismiss, almost always arriving before the infrastructure that will eventually carry them is in place. He had been trained in the quantitative disciplines, had spent years learning to read signals inside noise, and what the number 2,300% was telling him was not subtle. It was, in fact, the least subtle thing he had ever seen in a dataset. Something was beginning. He began to do what he always did when an idea arrived. He worked it. He thought about what kinds of businesses made sense on a network that was growing at this rate. He thought about the structural advantages of selling online versus selling in a physical store. He thought about inventory and shipping and the particular mathematics of a catalog that could, in theory, contain not hundreds or thousands, but millions of items without requiring a single additional square foot of retail space. He made lists. He thought about books. Books were not a glamorous starting point. They were not software. They were not hardware. They were not, by any obvious definition, the kind of thing a technology visionary was supposed to build a company around. But Bezos was not, at his core, attracted to glamour. He was attracted to structural advantages, to businesses that made sense when you followed the logic all the way to the end of the chain rather than stopping at the point where the story got exciting. And the logic of books, followed all the way to the end, was extraordinary. There were, at that moment, more than 3 million books in print. No physical bookstore, not the grandest, most ambitious, most lavishly stocked bookstore in the history of the form, could carry more than a fraction of that number. The largest chains, the ones that occupied entire city blocks and announced themselves with signage visible from half a mile, carried perhaps 150,000 titles. That left, by simple arithmetic, nearly 3 million books that a customer could not walk into a store and purchase. Books that existed, that were available from publishers, that people wanted, but that the physical constraints of retail space made effectively invisible to most buyers most of the time. An online bookstore had no such constraint. An online bookstore was, in theory, infinite. He turned the idea over through the winter and into the spring of 1994, and the more he turned it, the more it held its shape. He began to talk about it, carefully, selectively, with Mackenzie, his wife, who was herself a person of formidable intelligence and steady nerve, the kind of person who could hear a genuinely large idea without either immediately deflating it or being swept away by it. Mackenzie listened. She asked questions. She did not tell him it was crazy, because she could see that it wasn't. What she could also see, almost certainly, was that the conversation was already past the point of whether, that it had quietly moved, sometime before either of them said so out loud, to when. He asked for a meeting with David Shaw. What happened in that meeting has entered a kind of mythology, or at least the version of it that Bezos has told and retold takes on, in repetition, the quality of myth. Shaw was not dismissive. That would have been unlike him. Shaw was, if anything, the kind of mentor who took seriously the ambitions of the people around him, who understood that the highest expression of his own values was to build an institution that produced people capable of leaving it. He listened to Bezos. He thought about it, in the way that David Shaw thought about things, seriously, quantitatively, without ego. And then he said something that Bezos has described as both wise and precise. This sounds like a very good idea for someone who does not already have a good job. He asked Bezos to take the weekend and think it over before saying anything definitive. Bezos took the weekend. He walked. He thought. He talked with Mackenzie. He engaged in the kind of internal deliberation that does not, in his telling of it, feel like anguish. It feels, if anything, more like arithmetic. He was working a problem. The problem was this: how does a person decide whether to leave certainty for possibility when the possibility is large, but the certainty is real? He arrived, in those days, at something he would later call the Regret Minimization Framework. The name is precise in a way that is very Bezos. He has always been a person who gives names to the structures inside his thinking, who believes that clarity of concept produces clarity of action. The framework itself is simple, almost embarrassingly simple, in the way that the best ideas tend to be. He projected himself forward in time. He imagined himself at 80 years old, sitting somewhere, looking back across the whole length of his life. And he asked himself a question: of the decisions I might make right now, which ones will I regret? He was confident, thinking through it at 80, that he would not regret trying and failing. Failure, at the scale he was contemplating, was recoverable. He was young. He had skills that would not evaporate if the venture collapsed. Mackenzie was with him. They had each other, and they had their intelligence, and they had, in the way that young people with those resources always have, the ability to start again. Failure was not the thing he would lie awake at 80, wishing he had avoided. What he would lie awake wishing he had avoided was not trying. The regret of the untried thing, the road not walked, the door not opened, the number not followed to its conclusion. That, he understood with the particular clarity of someone doing arithmetic rather than feeling, was the kind of regret that did not diminish with time. It compounded. It became, by 80, not a small ache, but a permanent feature of the landscape, something you would have to look at every day for the rest of your days. He made the decision. He went back to David Shaw. Shaw, who was a man of both grace and genuine regard for Bezos, heard the answer without surprise. There may have been something in Bezos's affect during the weekend conversations, some quality of settled certainty, that made the outcome clear before it was spoken. Shaw accepted the resignation with the kind of warmth that belongs to people who respect ambition, even when it means losing someone they value. The parting was not cold. It was, in its way, the parting of men who genuinely admired each other and understood that the path forward required separation. The last days at D.E. Shaw have a particular texture in retrospect, the texture of a life being folded and set aside. Bezos was methodical. He was not prone to sentiment about the things he was leaving, because sentiment about what you are leaving tends to complicate your relationship with where you are going. He finished what needed finishing. He said what needed saying. He did not linger. The plan, at this point, was specific enough to act on, but flexible enough to hold up to the unknown. They would move to Seattle. The choice of Seattle was not accidental. It was, in fact, the product of the same kind of careful, data-informed reasoning that had produced the idea in the first place. Washington State had no sales tax. Seattle was close to a major book distribution warehouse in Roseburg, Oregon, a logistics advantage that would matter enormously in the early months when every operational efficiency was the difference between surviving and not. Seattle was also, and this was not nothing, a city where technology was already native. Microsoft had been there for years, and the culture that forms around a large technology company has a certain gravitational pull, attracting the kind of engineers and operations people that a new technology company would need to hire. But before Seattle, there would be a drive. The drive across the country has become one of the canonical images of the Bezos origin story, one of those details that feels almost too perfect to be true, and is, for that reason, sometimes treated with the mild skepticism we reserve for myths. And yet it happened. Jeff and Mackenzie Bezos loaded what they were taking and said farewell to New York, and they drove west. The car was a 1988 Chevy Blazer, reliable in the way that cars bought for their reliability rather than their character tend to be. Solid, unpretentious, pointing in the direction of whatever came next. Mackenzie drove. This is a detail that Bezos has mentioned more than once, and the reason he mentions it is the thing that makes it worth mentioning. He was, while Mackenzie drove, working. The laptop was open. The spreadsheet was filling in. The business plan was forming in real time, during the hours of interstate highway that stretched between the life they were leaving and the life they were building. He typed and Mackenzie drove, and the country moved past the windows of the Blazer in the way it does when you are crossing it, slowly at first, the density of the East giving way to the open geometry of the Midwest, and then the Midwest giving way to the enormous sky of the Mountain West, and then the descent into the Pacific coast. He was building a company on a laptop in a moving car. The image has about it a particular kind of American energy, provisional, mobile, undeterred by the absence of a building or a desk or a receptionist or any of the other physical markers of institutional legitimacy. The company existed at that moment only in the document. And yet, the document was serious. The numbers were real numbers, interrogated and re-interrogated the way a person interrogates numbers when they are staking their life on them. He was not dreaming. He was engineering. They stopped, during those driving days, at motels, the kind of motels that exist at the edges of American cities and serve travelers with a certain wordless efficiency, delivering sleep and a parking spot and nothing more. In the mornings, they drove again. They ate at the roadside places, the diners and fast food stops that punctuate the great horizontal distances between American cities. They talked. People who have crossed the country by car know what those conversations are like, long and unguarded, and lit by the particular intimacy that comes from spending hours and hours in close physical proximity with someone you love, with no agenda, and nowhere to be except the next place. Mackenzie has said in the years since that she never doubted the decision. That is the kind of statement that is easy to dismiss as retrospective polish, the smoothing that memory applies to rough surfaces, but there is evidence in her manner, in the steadiness with which she navigated everything that followed, that it is simply true. She had believed in the idea from the beginning, which is to say she had believed in him from the beginning, which is to say she had understood from the position of someone who knew him, as well as anyone on earth, that his judgment about large things was the kind of judgment you trusted. They arrived in Seattle in the late spring of 1994. The city received them without ceremony. Cities do not know, when unremarkable people arrive in unremarkable cars, which of them are carrying unremarkable lives, and which of them are carrying something else. Seattle was green and gray and magnificent in the particular way of the Pacific Northwest, where the mountains are so large they function less as scenery and more as weather, reshaping the light and the sky and the mood of the place. They found a house in Bellevue, just across Lake Washington from the city proper, and they moved in. The garage was the office. This was not irony and not mythology, it was logistics. A garage was what they had. It had concrete floors, and the specific cold that concrete floors hold even when the air outside has warmed, and it had space for desks, and that was enough. Bezos had hired 2 people. Engineers, the first employees of what was not yet called Amazon, a company that did not yet have a name, and the 3 of them worked in the garage through the summer of 1994 while the website was built and the systems were designed, and the first hard problems of turning an idea into an operation were identified and attacked. The name arrived through the logic of the thing. He had called it Cadabra initially, as in abracadabra, a nod to the magic of what the internet could do. But the name was awkward in the mouth, and on the phone it was worse. People heard it as cadaver, which was not the association a bookstore wanted to carry. He went looking for something else. He wanted something that began with the letter A, partly because alphabetical placement in directories still mattered in 1994, and partly because there was something about the letter A, its upward geometry, its sense of beginning, that felt right for what he was trying to do. He went through the dictionary. He arrived at Amazon. The Amazon River is the largest river in the world by water volume. It is, in its dimensions, almost implausible, hundreds of miles wide in places, so vast that early European explorers encountering it were not certain it was a river at all. It moves more water than the next 7 largest rivers on Earth combined. Bezos wanted a name that held that sense of scale, something that announced, without apology, an ambition that was not small. The name also began with A. He kept it. The website went live in July of 1995. The architecture of it was simple by the standards of what would come, simple by the standards of almost any website built in any subsequent year, but it worked, which was the only standard that mattered in the summer of 1995. It had a search function. It had product pages. It had a checkout process. It could take an order. It could, within the constraints of what the technology and the team could build, do the thing it existed to do: connect a person who wanted a book with the book they wanted. In the days before the site went live, Bezos had invited 300 friends and family to test it. He watched the orders come in the way a pilot watches instruments, with attention that was calibrated rather than anxious, reading each data point for what it told him about what was working and what needed work. The orders came. The books went out. The system, imperfect and provisional and entirely handmade, functioned. Within the first week, Amazon had received orders from all 50 states. Within the first month, it had received orders from 45 countries. The number of countries grew. The orders grew. Bezos was packing books himself in those early weeks on his knees on the concrete floor of the garage, and he had suggested to the people working alongside him that what they really needed were knee pads, and one of them had looked up from the floor and said what they really needed were packing tables. And Bezos had looked at him for a moment, and then laughed the laugh. The full, sudden, entirely unguarded laugh that people who know him have always found slightly startling, and said, "That is the most brilliant idea I have ever heard." They got packing tables. This is the quality that the story of 1994 and 1995 keeps returning to, the thing that is easy to overlook when you are focused on the size of the vision. Jeff Bezos was, from the very beginning, someone who could hold the enormous and the small simultaneously. He could carry inside himself the image of a company that would eventually reshape retail and logistics and cloud computing and the nature of the book itself, and in the same moment, kneel on a concrete floor and pack books with his hands. The vision did not make him impractical. It made him more practical, because he understood, in a way that purely visionary people sometimes do not, that the only path to the large thing was through the small thing, done well right now, tonight, with the equipment you had. The year between leaving D.E. Shaw and launching the website was not glamorous. It was cold garages and spreadsheets in moving cars, and the specific tedium of building something that does not yet work, and making it work, and then making it work better, and then discovering that it does not work in a new way and addressing that. It was 2 engineers and a founder, and eventually a 3rd engineer, and a growing pile of cardboard boxes and the smell of packing tape, and the persistent question of whether the bandwidth existed in 1994 and 1995 for the thing they were building to work at scale. The bandwidth existed. Barely, and then more than barely. And then, as the web continued to grow at the rate that the number had promised, the 2,300% annual growth rate that had sat in a dataset in a midtown Manhattan office building 18 months earlier, abundantly. The infrastructure grew. The web grew. The orders grew. The company that Bezos had packed into a Chevy Blazer and driven across the country began to grow in the way that things grow when they are built for the right moment, quickly, and then more quickly, and then at a rate that made quickly seem like an insufficient word. He had been right about the number. He had been right about the books. He had been right, above all, about the regret. He was 31 years old, and he was kneeling on a concrete floor in Bellevue, Washington, packing books by hand, and he was doing the thing that the 80-year-old version of himself would not lie awake wishing he had done. He had tried. That was the beginning. Chapter 5. Surviving the dot-com crash, 1995 to 2001. The morning air over Seattle carries a particular quality in the mid-1990s, cool and salt-tinged, drifting in from Puget Sound, pressing against the windows of a converted garage on the northeast edge of the city. It is not the kind of place that announces itself. There is no sign above the door, no brass plaque, no indication that anything of consequence is unfolding inside. The garage belongs to a rented house on Northeast 28th Street in Bellevue, and it is modest to the point of invisibility, the kind of structure people drive past without registering, their eyes sliding forward towards something more interesting. But inside, beneath fluorescent work lights and among towers of cardboard boxes and stacks of computer equipment that hum with a low, persistent urgency, a man named Jeff Bezos is building something he believes will change the way human beings buy things forever. He is 31 years old. He is trim, energetic, possessed of a laugh that arrives without warning and fills a room completely, a great booming sound that his friends and colleagues have already learned to recognize as the marker of a man genuinely, almost physically delighted by ideas. He left a senior vice president position at the hedge fund D.E. Shaw in New York less than a year ago, having driven cross-country with his wife Mackenzie while she typed up the first draft of a business plan on a laptop balanced against the dashboard. He had chosen Seattle because it sat close to a major book wholesaler's warehouse. He had chosen books because books were, in his view, the perfect first product for what he was imagining, an internet-based retail store that could offer a selection no physical building could ever hope to contain. The largest bookstores in America, carried perhaps 200,000 titles. The books in print catalog listed over 3 million. That gap, that vast and yawning distance between what the world had produced and what any single store could hold, was the opening Jeff Bezos intended to walk through. Amazon.com launches in July of 1995, and in the first days, it feels like something that might only ever be known to a small circle of the curious and technically adventurous. Bezos emails a few hundred people he knows and asks them to try the site and, if they are moved to do so, to tell their friends. Within 30 days, Amazon has sold books to customers in all 50 states and in 45 countries. The orders come in faster than he expects. There is a bell on the website that rings each time a purchase is made, and in those early weeks the bell rings with a frequency that startles him. He and his small team, a few programmers, a few warehouse workers, people who believe in the idea because he believes in it with a conviction that is difficult to argue with, pack and ship the books themselves, kneeling on the concrete floor of the garage, taping boxes closed with their own hands. He has not yet taken outside investment. The operation runs on the strength of his own savings, on a series of small checks from family members, on the low-burn economics of a business that still fits inside a single residential garage. But the orders keep multiplying. He adds staff. He leases a small warehouse. He begins to understand, in the way that entrepreneurs understand things, not through analysis alone, but through the physical accumulation of evidence, that what he has built is not merely a bookstore. It is, or could become, something considerably larger. The Internet in 1995 is still an uncertain place, populated by people who understand it, and far more people who do not yet know what to make of it. The World Wide Web has existed in a publicly accessible form for only a few years. Most American households do not yet own a computer capable of browsing it reliably. Dial-up modems issue their ungainly electronic screech each time a user attempts a connection, and web pages load with a patience-testing slowness that seems, in retrospect, almost comical. Yet the growth curves are unmistakable. The number of people coming online doubles, then doubles again, then doubles again after that. Every month, the Internet looks slightly less like a novelty and slightly more like infrastructure. Bezos sees this. He has read the studies. He has run the numbers. He has internalized a particular statistic, that Internet usage was growing at over 2,000% annually in the period just before he quit his job, and he has let it reshape his sense of what is possible. By 1996, Amazon is generating enough revenue and enough attention that venture capital firms begin to reach out. The company is profiled in the Wall Street Journal in May of that year, and the story triggers a wave of orders that momentarily overwhelms the warehouse operation. The site briefly cannot keep up. Bezos responds by hiring faster, by leasing more space, by pushing his team to build systems capable of scaling. He raises $20 million from Kleiner Perkins Caufield and Byers, one of Silicon Valley's most prestigious venture firms, and the investment is led by John Doerr, who will join the Amazon board and who believes, as Bezos believes, that this company is moving towards something genuinely transformative. The IPO comes in May of 1997. Amazon goes public on the NASDAQ exchange at $18 per share, raising $54 million. Bezos rings no bell at an exchange that morning. He is not a man given to ceremonial display, but the moment carries enormous weight nonetheless. Amazon is now a public company, which means its finances are visible to the world, which means the world can see that it is not yet profitable, which means the conversation about what this company is and what it is doing begins to shift into a new register. Analysts study the filings. Some are enthusiastic. Some are skeptical. A few are openly hostile to the idea that a company could spend money as aggressively as Amazon is spending it, and expect the market to remain patient indefinitely. Bezos has an answer to this, and he delivers it with the calm certainty of a man who has thought the problem through from multiple angles. He writes a letter to shareholders in the 1997 annual report that will eventually become one of the most studied documents in the history of American business. It is direct in a way that corporate communications rarely are. It states, without apology, that Amazon intends to make decisions based on long-term market leadership rather than short-term profitability. It states that the company will reinvest aggressively in its own growth. It states that it is still day one, meaning that the company is not reflecting on what it has built, but leaning forward into what it intends to build next. He will reattach that letter, unchanged, to every subsequent Amazon annual report for decades. It is not a mission statement in the conventional sense. It is a declaration of a particular philosophy of time. And then he begins to move beyond books. The expansion happens quickly, and it is designed to happen quickly. Music is added in June of 1998. DVDs and videos follow shortly after. Toys, electronics, home improvement products, software. Category after category gets folded into the platform over the next 2 years, each edition pushing Amazon further from its identity as a bookstore and closer to the thing Bezos has always intended it to become. He has used the phrase everything store in internal conversations, has articulated a vision in which Amazon eventually sells not some things but all things, in which the limiting factor is not inventory or shelf space but only the willingness of a customer to click and wait. He is working toward that vision with a methodical intensity that some of his employees find exhilarating and others find exhausting. He opens new distribution centers. He hires logistics experts. He builds a technology infrastructure that is growing in complexity and capability month by month. He makes acquisitions. The shoe retailer Zappos will come later, but in this period he acquires the Internet Movie Database IMDb, the British online bookseller Bookpages, a German bookselling site called Telebic, and most significantly Jungly, a comparison shopping service that gives Amazon powerful data aggregation tools. He is assembling not merely a store but a platform, a set of capabilities that can be pointed in many directions and adjusted as the landscape changes. The landscape in 1998 and 1999 is changing with a speed that bewilders even those who are making it change. Capital is flowing into internet companies at a rate that has no precedent in financial history. Every week brings news of another startup raising tens of millions of dollars on the strength of a presentation and a concept. Venture funds are deploying money faster than they can evaluate the companies receiving it. Stock prices for internet businesses are rising in ways that bear only a tenuous relationship to any underlying financial reality. The phrase .com has moved from the technical vocabulary of network engineers into daily conversation, into headlines, into the vocabulary of taxi drivers and grandparents and people who have never owned a computer. Bezos is not immune to this environment. Amazon's stock rises dramatically through 1998 and into 1999, and at its peak the company's market capitalization reaches levels that make it, on paper, one of the most valuable retailers in the world, despite having never posted an annual profit. Bezos becomes extraordinarily wealthy on paper. He is featured on magazine covers. He is named Time magazine's Person of the Year for 1999, photographed surrounded by cardboard boxes in a warehouse, grinning that unmistakable grin. The culture has decided that he represents something, the future, or at least a version of it, and it projects onto him the full weight of its enthusiasm for what the internet is becoming. He receives the attention with a kind of equanimity that surprises some observers. He does not seem to be inflated by it. He does not spend extravagantly in those years, does not acquire the trappings of sudden wealth in visible or ostentatious ways. He continues to drive his Honda Accord. He continues to show up at the office early. He continues to sit in meetings and push his team on the specifics of what they are building. The attention arrives, and he acknowledges it, and then, apparently, sets it aside and returns to work. But the work itself in this period is carrying enormous financial weight. Amazon is spending money at a rate that concerns serious people. The company is building warehouses across the country, each one representing tens of millions of dollars in capital expenditure. It is expanding internationally. It is hiring aggressively. It is investing in partnerships and technology infrastructure that will not show financial returns for years. In 1999, Amazon spends over $600 million more than it brings in. The losses are deliberate, in the sense that Bezos has chosen this pace of investment, but they are also enormous, and they require a particular faith on the part of the board, on the part of shareholders, on the part of the banks providing credit lines, that the long-term logic of the strategy will eventually resolve into something that generates cash. And then the market turns. It turns in March of 2000 with a swiftness that those who live through it will spend years trying to adequately describe. The Nasdaq Composite Index, which had been climbing steeply through 1999, peaks on March 10th of that year at just over 5,000 points. What follows is not a correction in the conventional sense of that word. It is a collapse. Companies that had raised hundreds of millions of dollars dissolve within months. Business models that had seemed, in the froth of 1999, to represent genuine innovations are revealed, under the pitiless light of a falling market, to have been financial fictions. The venture capital funds stop deploying. The IPO market closes. Startups that had been planning their public offerings find themselves unable to raise the money required to stay alive. They lay off their employees, return their equipment to leasing companies, shut off their servers, and disappear. The names accumulate. Pets.com, which had sold pet supplies at below cost in a blizzard of television advertising, shuts down in November of 2000, less than 9 months after its IPO. Webvan, the grocery delivery service that had raised over $1 billion and built a sophisticated warehouse infrastructure, files for bankruptcy in 2001. Cosmo.com, which had promised 1-hour delivery of everything from books to ice cream in major American cities, folds. eToys, which had once boasted a market capitalization larger than Toys R Us, despite a fraction of the revenue, collapses. The casualty list stretches across every sector the internet had touched, and it reads, in retrospect, like the inventory of a particular cultural moment's overconfidence. Amazon stock falls too. It falls significantly and without pause. From a peak of over $100 per share in late 1999, it descends through 2000 and into 2001, reaching a low of just over $6 per share. The decline is roughly 90%. In the language of markets, this is categorized as severe. In the experience of anyone holding Amazon stock through that period, it is agonizing. Analysts who had been enthusiastic about the company begin publishing notes questioning whether it will survive. The question of Amazon's debt load. The company has issued bonds to finance its expansion and owes hundreds of millions of dollars to creditors, becomes a regular topic of financial press coverage. Some commentators suggest openly that Amazon will follow its dot-com peers into bankruptcy. Bezos responds to this environment in ways that reveal, under pressure, the operational architecture of his thinking. He does not panic. He does not make sweeping dramatic gestures. He does not call press conferences to reassure the market or publish letters designed to manage the narrative. What he does instead is cut costs with a surgical precision that some who witness it find almost unsettling in its calm efficiency. He lays off approximately 1,300 employees in January of 2001, roughly 15% of Amazon's total workforce at the time. The cuts are concentrated in customer service and in divisions of the company that are not performing and cannot be made to perform within a reasonable time frame. He closes a distribution center in Georgia. He restructures agreements with suppliers. He pushes his team to find efficiencies in every part of the operation, in shipping costs, in warehouse management, in the technology systems that underpin the customer experience. The message he delivers internally is consistent and specific. The company is not retreating from its long-term ambitions, but it is getting fit for the journey ahead. He also makes a decision that defines the character of Amazon's relationship with cost from that point forward. He articulates, clearly and repeatedly, that operational efficiency and customer experience are not in tension, that a company which runs its operations well will also serve its customers well, because it will have the resources to do things that sloppy operations cannot sustain. He is thinking simultaneously in two registers: the immediate challenge of ensuring that Amazon has enough cash to survive the period of market distress, and the longer strategic question of what kind of company it needs to be when the environment eventually improves. The improvement is not immediate. 2001 is a difficult year entirely. The dot-com collapse is followed in September by the attacks on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon, events that depress consumer confidence and complicate the already fragile economic environment. Bezos manages the company through these months with a visible steadiness that his leadership team will later describe as a significant factor in the company's ability to hold its course. He does not revise the long-term vision. He does not suggest, even privately, that the strategy was wrong. He adjusts tactics. He preserves strategic direction. There is a particular quality to his relationship with data in this period that his colleagues find striking. He insists on metrics. He insists on knowing, precisely and in real time, how the business is performing. Not the broad financial measures that show up in quarterly reports, but the operational details: how quickly orders are being fulfilled, what percentage of customers are returning to buy again, what the error rates are in the warehouse, how the unit economics of specific product categories are trending. He builds a culture of measurement inside Amazon that is, by the standards of most organizations, unusually rigorous. The data becomes a shared language, a way of evaluating decisions and learning from outcomes that bypasses the subjective and the political and deals instead in the specific. He also uses this period to think carefully about what Amazon actually is. The dot-com crash has revealed, with painful clarity, the difference between companies that have genuine competitive advantages and companies that are merely riding a wave of enthusiasm. Amazon has advantages: its scale, its data, its logistics infrastructure, its relationship with its customer base, but it also has vulnerabilities, and Bezos is honest with himself and his team about both. The vulnerability that concerns him most is profitability. The company needs to demonstrate at some level that its business model works, that the margins exist, that the economics can scale, that the long-term case for Amazon is rooted in financial reality rather than in the abstract appeal of a vision. He makes a decision to lean into services. Amazon has built, in the process of constructing its own retail operation, a set of technological capabilities that other companies might pay to use. The idea of offering those capabilities as a service, of letting other businesses plug into Amazon's infrastructure rather than building their own, is beginning to take shape in Bezos's thinking during this period, though its full expression will come somewhat later. For now, the more immediate move is in the marketplace direction, allowing third-party sellers to list their products on Amazon's platform, paying Amazon a fee for access to its customer base and fulfillment capabilities. The third-party seller program has roots that go back to 1999 when Amazon launched what it called Z-Shops, a feature that allowed outside sellers to list goods on the platform. The program evolves and improves over the next several years, becoming the foundation of what will eventually be one of the most significant business model innovations in retail history. But in 2001, the more urgent version of this logic plays out in a simpler context. Amazon needs revenue, needs to improve its unit economics, and needs to demonstrate that it can run a profitable operation. By the fourth quarter of 2001, Amazon reports its first-ever quarterly profit, earning $5 million. The number is modest against the scale of the company's operations and its accumulated losses, but its symbolic weight is considerable. It proves, concretely and undeniably, that the business model works. It answers the question that skeptics had been asking for years. Bezos announces the result with the same equanimity he has maintained throughout, not triumphant, not vindicated seeming, simply noting that the company has reached a milestone that was always part of the plan. The competitors who went down in the crash are worth dwelling on, because their fates illuminate something important about what Bezos was doing that they were not. Pets.com spent enormous sums on brand awareness without building an economically coherent supply chain. Webvan built physical infrastructure at enormous speed without first establishing that the customer demand at sustainable price points actually existed. eToys competed on selection and price, but lacked the logistics sophistication to fulfill holiday orders reliably, a failure that produced catastrophic customer service problems in 1999 that it never fully recovered from. In each case, the underlying error was a version of the same mistake, the assumption that moving quickly was sufficient, that establishing early market position would produce durable competitive advantage even without getting the operational fundamentals right. Bezos has never believed this. His instinct from the earliest days in the garage on Northeast 28th Street has been that the customer experience is the competitive advantage, that if Amazon makes it genuinely, measurably easier and more reliable to buy things than any alternative, customers will return, and returning customers compound over time into a business that is difficult to dislodge. He has built his pricing strategy, his logistics investments, his return policies, and his customer service standards around this belief. He has accepted losses, in the short term, in the service of building an experience that would make those losses worthwhile in the long term. The dot-com crash does not refute this logic. In a strange way, it confirms it, by eliminating the competitors who did not share it. The Seattle that surrounds Amazon in these years is itself changing rapidly. The city has become, through the 1990s, a destination for a particular kind of ambitious, technically oriented person, drawn by Boeing's presence, by the software industry clustering around Microsoft in nearby Redmond, and increasingly by Amazon itself. The culture of the Pacific Northwest, outdoorsy, somewhat reserved, entrepreneurially independent, provides an interesting backdrop against which Bezos's particular brand of intensity plays out. He is not, in personality, a product of Silicon Valley's social style. He is more direct, less performatively casual, more willing to tell people plainly when he thinks they are wrong. He runs his meetings with a rigorous specificity that becomes legendary inside the company. No PowerPoint presentations allowed, because he believes they obscure reasoning behind visually appealing slides. Only narrative memos read in silence at the beginning of each meeting, because a well-constructed narrative requires its author to actually think through the logic rather than hiding behind bullet points. He is building not just a company, but a set of operating principles, a culture codified in practices and expectations that will shape Amazon's behavior for decades. The leadership principles that will eventually be formalized and published: customer obsession, ownership, invent and simplify, bias for action, frugality, are not invented in this period but are becoming visible as operating realities. Frugality, in particular, takes on an almost philosophical dimension during the years of the crash. Bezos installs cheap particle board doors as desks for himself and his senior team, a gesture whose symbolic content is obvious but whose practical significance is real. The company does not spend on appearances or comfort when it can spend on capabilities. The frugality is not austerity for its own sake. Bezos is clear about the distinction. He does not want Amazon to be a company that pinches pennies, because it fears the future. He wants it to be a company that is disciplined about spending, because discipline creates the capacity to invest aggressively where investment creates genuine value. Every dollar not spent on an unnecessary office chair or an executive dining room is a dollar available for a new warehouse or a better algorithm or a lower price for the customer. He has thought through the incentive structures. He has arranged the physical environment to reinforce the values. By the end of 2001, Amazon has survived. This is not a trivial statement. Most of its .com contemporaries have not survived. The company has survived because it had built genuine operational infrastructure, because it had a customer base that was already habituated to using it, because it had made hard decisions about costs when hard decisions were required, and because Jeff Bezos had held his nerve through a period of external pressure that would have caused a less certain person to change course. He has not changed course. He has adjusted speed. He has adjusted the allocation of resources. He has remained, throughout, oriented toward the same distant point on the horizon that he identified when he sat in a car on a highway somewhere between New York and Seattle and began imagining what the internet was going to become. The stock is still below $10 per share as 2001 closes. The company is carrying significant debt. The profitability it has demonstrated is real but fragile, a single quarter's result against years of accumulated losses. There is no reason, looking at the numbers alone, to feel confident that the hardest part is over. But Bezos looks at something beyond the numbers. He looks at the customer data, at the order frequency, at the growth in new customer accounts, at the expansion of product categories, at the logistics capabilities the company has built and continues to build. He looks at what Amazon has become capable of doing, and he concludes, with the characteristic calm of a man who trusts his own analysis, that what is coming will justify everything that has been spent and everything that has been endured. He is not wrong, but the vindication is still some years away, and the work between here and there is immense. He knows this. He has always known that the distance between the vision and the reality of any ambitious undertaking is not a gap to be crossed in a single step, but a terrain to be traversed methodically and persistently, one decision at a time. He has been crossing it since a July morning in 1995, when the first orders began arriving, and the bell on his website rang and rang and rang in the converted garage in Bellevue. And he looked at his small team and understood, with a feeling that went beyond analysis into something closer to certainty, that the thing he had imagined was actually, against all reasonable doubt, beginning to exist. He is still at the beginning. He will say so. He has always said so. It is still day one. Chapter 6. The Everything Ecosystem, 2001 to 2006. The .com wreckage still smoldered across Seattle in the early months of 2001. Office towers downtown had emptied out, their fluorescent lights going dark floor by floor, as one internet venture after another folded into bankruptcy. The newspapers had a name for what happened. They called it the bust, the crash, the correction, and they used Amazon as their favorite cautionary tale. The stock that had soared above $100 a share now traded for less than $6. Wall Street analysts wrote obituaries in advance. One widely circulated report carried a title that stuck to the company like tar in the public imagination, a phrase that mocked the very name Bezos had chosen years earlier for its associations with abundance and scale. Inside Amazon's headquarters, in a converted hospital building on Beacon Hill that still had call buttons in some of the rooms, a different mood prevailed. There was fear, certainly. Layoffs had already cut deep, more than 1,000 jobs gone in the span of a year. Desks emptied overnight, badges deactivated before lunch. Employees who remained walked the halls with a particular kind of quiet, the wariness of people who had watched colleagues disappear and wondered if they would be next. But beneath the fear, there was also something harder to name. A kind of stubbornness. Jeff Bezos walked those same halls with the same loud, percussive laugh that unsettled strangers and reassured employees, because they had learned that the laugh meant he hadn't lost his nerve. He believed, with what looked from the outside like irrational conviction, that the internet was not a bubble that had popped, but a foundation that had barely begun to be built upon. The skeptics thought he was delusional. He thought the skeptics had simply confused a stock price with a company's actual purpose. That purpose, as Bezos understood it, had nothing to do with quarterly earnings calls or analyst sentiment. It had to do with a single, almost monastic idea he had carried since the company's earliest days, back when Amazon sold nothing but books out of a garage in Bellevue: obsess over the customer. Not the competitor, not the shareholder in the short term, not even the technology for its own sake, the customer and what that customer needed, often before the customer could articulate it themselves. He kept an empty chair in certain meetings, a habit that had already become something of a company legend, a physical reminder that the most important person in the room was the one who wasn't there. In the depths of 2001, with the company's survival genuinely in question, this idea hardened from a philosophy into something closer to a survival strategy. If Amazon could not yet prove it deserved to exist by turning a profit, it could prove something more durable, that it understood what people wanted from a store better than anyone else alive. He convened meetings in conference rooms with names like Cucumber and Doppler, vestiges of the building's medical past, full rooms of executives sitting around tables still bearing the faint outlines of where hospital equipment had once stood bolted to the floor. In those rooms, he asked the same blunt question over and over: what is annoying our customers right now? Not what features could be added, not what flashy technology could be deployed, but what small, grinding frictions stood between a person and the thing they wanted to buy. He would sometimes print out customer complaint emails and read them aloud, letting the specific, irritated language of an ordinary shopper cut through whatever abstraction the meeting had drifted into. Shipping costs surfaced again and again as the answer. Customers loved the selection, loved the convenience of browsing from their homes at midnight in pajamas, loved the reviews that let strangers warn each other away from bad products before money ever changed hands. But they hated watching a $16 book balloon to $23 once shipping was tacked on at checkout, hated the small betrayal of a price that wasn't really the price. That gap between desire and decision, that was the friction Bezos wanted gone. The instinct to solve it ran headlong into the company's financial reality. Amazon was burning cash, not generating it, and every dollar spent on something as unglamorous as shipping subsidies looked, on a spreadsheet, like a company quietly bleeding to death in front of investors who were already primed to expect collapse. The finance team modeled scenario after scenario late into the evenings, projector light washing over conference room walls covered in spreadsheets. And in nearly every one of those scenarios, subsidizing shipping at scale appeared reckless, even suicidal, for a company this fragile. Bezos listened to those numbers without dismissing them, because he respected rigor even when it argued against him. He was, after all, a man who had once worked on Wall Street himself and understood the language of risk better than most people gave him credit for. But he kept returning to a deeper instinct, one he articulated patiently and repeatedly, until it became a kind of internal mantra, that the cost of shipping was, in some sense, a tax on convenience, and if Amazon could absorb that tax for its most loyal customers, it would buy something money alone couldn't: habit. Loyalty that didn't have to be re-won every time a customer compared prices against a competitor's tab open in another browser window. In the early months, the company experimented cautiously, the way a doctor titrates a dose rather than administering it all at once. Free shipping appeared on orders above certain dollar thresholds. Then those thresholds shifted week to week, tested against actual buying behavior with the same relentless empiricism Bezos applied to nearly every decision he made. He had a phrase he liked, borrowed loosely from the world of science, the kind of phrase that would get repeated in meetings for years afterward. It's not about being right, it's about getting to right. Mistakes were acceptable, even expected. Indecision was not. Through 2002 and into 2003, the free shipping promotions grew bolder, expanding from a narrow experiment into something resembling a genuine policy. And to the surprise of the finance team, something counterintuitive happened. Order sizes increased. Customers, freed from feeling penalized for buying just one more thing, started adding that one more thing to their carts without a second thought. The subsidy that looked like a wound on the balance sheet began instead to look like an investment with a measurable, trackable return, visible in the data that Amazon's engineers pulled and re-pulled obsessively, looking for confirmation that the bet was paying off. It was somewhere in this same period, in conversations that moved fluidly between Bezos's office, a door he insisted remain mostly open, and informal hallway exchanges with his closest lieutenants, that an idea began to take shape that was bolder than incremental shipping discounts. What if a customer didn't have to think about shipping costs at all, ever again? What if, for a flat annual fee, the friction simply disappeared? Every order, free 2-day shipping, no calculation required at the moment of purchase, no mental arithmetic standing between desire and the click of a button. It was a radical proposition for a company still climbing out of a near-death experience, because it meant guaranteeing a cost in perpetuity in exchange for a single upfront payment that might not come close to covering it for the most enthusiastic users. The internal debates over this idea, which would eventually be named Amazon Prime, were fierce, and they stretched across many months of contentious meetings. Some executives worried the math simply didn't work, that heavy users would order constantly, multiple times a week, draining far more in shipping costs than the membership fee could ever recoup, turning the program into a kind of slow-motion financial hemorrhage dressed up as a loyalty perk. Spreadsheets were built and rebuilt, worst-case scenarios modeled out to absurd extremes just to see where the breaking point might lie. Bezos heard this argument clearly and didn't deny its underlying logic. Instead, he reframed the entire premise, leaning forward in meetings with the particular intensity that colleagues had come to recognize as a sign he'd already made up his mind and was simply walking the room toward agreement. He wasn't asking whether Prime would be profitable on shipping costs alone. He was asking what kind of behavior it would unlock in the customers who joined it. A customer who no longer had to think about shipping costs, he reasoned, would simply think about Amazon first, for everything. Not just the occasional big purchase, but the toothpaste, the phone charger, the last-minute birthday gift. The membership fee was almost beside the point, a token of commitment rather than a profit center in itself. The real prize was first position in a customer's mind, a kind of habitual loyalty that advertising could never reliably manufacture no matter how much money was thrown at it. By late 2004, the concept had moved from contentious debate to active build, a small dedicated team assembled to turn the abstraction into something that could actually function at scale. Engineers and operations teams worked through the unglamorous mechanics of what such a promise would require: warehouse efficiency recalculated from the ground up, carrier negotiations conducted with a new urgency, the sheer logistics of guaranteeing 2-day delivery across a country as large and unevenly served as the United States, where a package bound for rural Montana faced an entirely different set of obstacles than one crossing town in Seattle. Fulfillment centers had to be evaluated for their actual capacity to hit such tight windows, and in some cases, the gap between promise and reality was uncomfortably wide. Bezos pushed for speed in development, but insisted on patience in rollout, repeating to his team that the experience needed to be reliable from the very first day a customer used it, because a broken promise of speed would be worse, far worse, than no promise at all. A program that advertised 2-day shipping and then quietly failed to deliver on that promise would corrode trust faster than it could ever be built. Amazon Prime launched in February of 2005, priced at $79 a year, offering unlimited 2-day shipping on eligible items across the catalog. The press coverage at the time treated it as a modest convenience upgrade, a loyalty program among countless others retailers had tried before and quietly abandoned, a footnote rather than a headline. Few outside the company grasped what Bezos already sensed in his bones, that he had just changed the fundamental relationship between Amazon and its customers, from a series of individual transactions into something closer to a standing agreement, almost a membership in a way of living rather than a mere shopping account. Join once, and the friction of comparison shopping elsewhere quietly evaporated, replaced by a kind of reflexive habit. The early adoption numbers were modest at first, cautious, the way any new habit takes time to settle into a life, accumulating one subscriber at a time rather than in the dramatic surge the press might have wanted to report on. But the customers who did join exhibited exactly the pattern Bezos had wagered on. They ordered more often. They ordered things they might once have driven to a store for instead, because the marginal cost of ordering had effectively dropped to zero in their minds, removed entirely from the moment of decision. Prime members were, in the language the company used internally, stickier, more resistant to the pull of competitors, more likely to start any shopping impulse by typing the company's name into a browser bar without a second thought, the way a person reaches for a familiar tool without consciously choosing it among alternatives. While Prime reshaped the customer-facing side of the company, a quieter transformation was unfolding deep within Amazon's technical infrastructure, one that would prove, in time, to be even more consequential than the shipping program itself, though almost no one beyond a small circle of engineers understood that yet. The company's engineering teams had spent years wrestling with a problem that had nothing to do with retail directly, the problem of scale itself, the unglamorous plumbing beneath every feature customers ever saw. Amazon's internal systems had grown into a tangled architecture, a thicket of code built up over years by different teams, solving the same underlying needs in slightly different ways: storage, computing power, databases, the basic infrastructure of any large digital operation. Every new feature seemed to require provisioning new servers, new infrastructure, weeks or sometimes months of laborious setup, before a single line of customer-facing code could even be tested in front of a real shopper. Engineers complained, quietly and then less quietly, about how much time was lost simply rebuilding the same foundational tools again and again for every new project, reinventing wheels that had already been invented a dozen times across a dozen different teams. Bezos, characteristically, treated this inefficiency not as an annoyance to be tolerated, but as a problem worth solving at the root, the way he treated almost every persistent irritant the company faced. Around 2002, he issued an internal mandate that would later become something of a legend among the engineers who lived through it, retold in hushed, half-admiring tones for years afterward. Every team at Amazon, he decreed, would have to expose its data and functionality through clean, standardized service interfaces that other teams could use without needing to understand the underlying mess of code behind them. No more shortcuts. No more direct raids into another team's database for the sake of convenience. Everything would be built as if it might one day be exposed to the outside world, even if, for now, it only served Amazon's own internal teams quietly behind the scenes. Teams that failed to comply, the mandate made clear, would simply be fired, a bluntness that startled even veteran engineers accustomed to Bezos's intensity. It was an enormous undertaking, disruptive in the short term, met with no small amount of grumbling and late-night complaining among engineers who saw it as bureaucratic overhead layered onto already overburdened teams chasing other deadlines. But the logic beneath the mandate was patient and far-sighted, the kind of thinking that traded short-term pain for long-term leverage. If Amazon's internal infrastructure became modular, standardized, callable on demand by any team that needed it, then the company would no longer need to provision custom infrastructure for every new idea that came along. A new feature wouldn't require months of setup and negotiation between teams. It could simply call upon existing services, the way a person flips a light switch without thinking for even a moment about the wiring hidden behind the wall. Engineers, freed from rebuilding the same foundational tools again and again, could move faster, experiment more freely, fail more cheaply, and recover from those failures without catastrophe. The mandate, painful as it was to implement, was quietly reshaping the company's entire technical culture into something far more nimble than it had been even a year earlier. It was a small step from that realization to a much larger one, and it was a step Bezos and a handful of his closest technical advisors took seriously, even while the rest of the world still saw Amazon as nothing more than an online bookstore that had branched, somewhat improbably, into electronics and toys and household goods. If Amazon had built reliable, scalable infrastructure to serve its own internal needs, why should that capability remain locked inside the company, useful only to Amazon's own product teams? Other businesses, small ones especially, the kind of scrappy startups without the capital to build their own server farms or hire dedicated infrastructure engineers, faced exactly the same problem Amazon itself had wrestled with for years, the same months of delay just to get a new idea off the ground. What if Amazon rented out the very infrastructure it had already built for itself, turning what had been a purely internal cost center into something that could be offered to the outside world? The idea moved slowly through 2004 and into 2005 and 2006, debated in small rooms with whiteboards covered in half-erased diagrams, prototyped quietly by engineering teams who weren't entirely sure some days whether they were building a future product or simply solving an internal headache that happened to have commercial potential. There was no guarantee of success, no clear market precedent to point to with confidence, no competitor already proving the model worked. Renting raw computing power and storage to outside businesses was not a business retail investors understood or particularly cared about. And Bezos knew that explaining it to Wall Street, accustomed to thinking of Amazon strictly as a retailer, would be its own considerable challenge. But he had grown comfortable, by this point in Amazon's history, with being misunderstood by the market in the short term if he believed the long-term logic was sound, and the math eventually would prove him right. The company that had once sold only books, then expanded into electronics and toys and nearly everything else under the sun, was quietly laying the groundwork to sell something far more abstract and, in time, far more lucrative than any single product category: the invisible infrastructure that other companies' dreams would eventually run on, unseen by the customers who would benefit from it. By the end of 2006, Amazon stood in a position almost unrecognizable from where it had been 5 years earlier, teetering at the edge of collapse with analysts writing its eulogy in business pages across the country. Prime had embedded itself into the daily habits of a growing base of loyal customers, training an entire generation to expect speed and simplicity as the default condition of online shopping, not a luxury reserved for special occasions. And in the background, away from headlines and stock tickers, away from the attention of nearly everyone outside the company's own engineering ranks, the internal services mandate had matured into something ready to be offered to the world beyond Amazon's own walls. The first quiet seeds of a cloud computing business that no one outside a small circle of engineers yet understood would one day become one of the most profitable enterprises in the company's entire history, eventually dwarfing even the retail business that had given it birth. Bezos walked through these years, guided by an idea he returned to often in conversations with his team, repeating it so consistently that it became something close to scripture inside the company. An idea simple enough to fit on an index card, and stubborn enough to reshape an entire industry around it. Focus relentlessly, he would say, on what does not change. Customers would always want lower prices. They would always want faster delivery. They would always want greater selection, more choices laid out before them rather than fewer. A strategy built around those permanent truths, he reasoned, would never go out of date, no matter how the technology around it evolved or how quickly competitors tried to copy whatever Amazon did last. While the rest of the world still debated whether the internet itself had been a passing fad, a flash of speculative excess best forgotten, Bezos was already building toward a future he considered inevitable, treating that inevitability not as a comfort, but as a deadline, one item, one shipment, one invisible server at a time, laying brick after brick of a foundation whose true shape would not become visible to outsiders for years to come. Chapter 7. Empires of Code and Print Years 2006 to 2013. The server room hums at a frequency just below conscious thought, a steady mechanical exhale that fills the windowless space on the 6th floor of a nondescript Seattle office building. It is the autumn of 2005, and a small team of engineers has been working through the kind of hours that blur Tuesday into Thursday, fueled by vending machine coffee and the particular adrenaline that comes from building something that does not yet have a name anyone outside this room would recognize. Jeff Bezos moves between their desks, not as a visitor but as a presence, his laugh occasionally cutting through the white noise of cooling fans, a sound that some engineers have learned to dread and others have learned to love because it usually means he has found something to push back on. He stops behind a young engineer's chair and looks at a whiteboard covered in architecture diagrams, boxes connected by arrows representing computing power, storage, and something the team has started calling elasticity. The word matters to him. He has used it in meetings until it has become almost a mantra. Computing resources should stretch and contract like a muscle, available in abundance when needed and costing nothing when idle. This is not how anyone builds technology in 2005. Companies buy servers, install them in rooms exactly like this one, and then either drown in unused capacity or choke under unexpected demand. Bezos has lived this problem from the inside. Every November, Amazon's own infrastructure groans under the weight of Black Friday traffic, racks of machines purchased and maintained for months just to handle a few frantic weeks of holiday shopping, and then left idle, depreciating through the long quiet months of February and March. The insight, when it finally crystallizes in his mind, is almost embarrassingly simple in retrospect, the kind of idea that makes other smart people slap their foreheads and wonder why they did not see it first. If Amazon has built internal tools to manage its own sprawling computing needs, tools so good that the company's own engineers no longer think about server provisioning the way other companies do, then perhaps those tools are not internal infrastructure at all. Perhaps they are a product. Perhaps any company, anywhere, struggling with the same problem that has plagued Amazon for a decade, would pay for the privilege of renting that elasticity instead of building it themselves. He does not announce this conviction with fanfare. Those who worked closest to him in this period describe a man who tested the idea relentlessly in small rooms, in one-on-one conversations, in the margins of meetings ostensibly about something else entirely. There is a particular kind of session that recurs throughout this period, one that engineers come to recognize and quietly fear. Bezos arrives having read every document in advance in total silence, the room settling into the practiced quiet of people who know better than to fill dead air while he works. Then come the questions, not softened, not performative, aimed directly at the seams of the idea. What happens at scale? What happens when 10,000 companies need this simultaneously? What happens when it breaks at 3 a.m. on a Sunday, with no human awake to notice? He wants to know not whether the idea is good, but whether it is durable enough to bet the company's reputation on. Amazon in 2005 is still, in the minds of most of the world, a bookstore that grew tentacles into other forms of retail. The notion that this same company might soon rent out the invisible plumbing of the internet itself seems to anyone outside that 6th-floor room faintly absurd. By March of 2006, the absurdity becomes real. Amazon's simple storage service, known from its first day by the unglamorous acronym S3, launches quietly, a service that allows anyone with a credit card to store data on Amazon's servers and pay only for what they use, billed by the gigabyte, by the month, by the click. There is no press conference with searchlights sweeping the sky. There is a blog post, a pricing page, and an offer that to most of the technology world reads less like a revolution and more like a curiosity. Engineers inside the building remember refreshing a simple metrics dashboard that week, watching the number of objects stored tick upward from a handful of internal test files to numbers that within days belong to strangers, developers they have never met, uploading photographs and backups and fragments of applications still being dreamed into existence in apartments and offices scattered across the world. 3 months later, in August, Elastic Compute Cloud follows, EC2 for short, and this is the piece that truly redefines what is possible. For the first time, a developer anywhere in the world, working from a garage or a dorm room or a corporation's cramped IT department, can rent computing power by the hour, scale it up when traffic spikes, scale it down when it does not, and pay only for what is actually consumed. The team that built it, a tight group reporting through a chain of engineers and product leaders who answer, ultimately, to Bezos himself, watches the first wave of sign-ups with a mixture of pride and disbelief. They had built something for an audience they could only partially imagine, and now that audience is arriving in real time. An email address here, a credit card there, each one a small act of faith in a product still rough around the edges. Picture a small startup in Austin in late 2006. 2 founders who have an idea for a photo-sharing application and exactly no capital to spend on server hardware. Before this moment, that idea dies in the planning stage, smothered by the upfront cost of buying machines that might sit unused for months while the founders search for users. They would have needed tens of thousands of dollars just to begin. Money neither of them has, collateral neither of them can offer a bank. After this moment, those same 2 founders open a browser, enter a credit card number, and within minutes have access to computing infrastructure that would have cost a fortune and taken weeks to procure only a year earlier. One of them later describes the feeling as something close to vertigo, the sudden collapse of a barrier that had, until that afternoon, felt as permanent and unmovable as the laws of physics. This is the quiet, structural shift that Amazon Web Services sets in motion, and it is happening in real time, in thousands of small rooms exactly like that one in Austin all across the world, while most of the press and most of Wall Street remain focused on whether Amazon can keep beating eBay at online retail. Inside Amazon's own walls, Oz is treated with a mixture of fascination and skepticism that takes years to resolve. Retail executives, accustomed to thinking in terms of margins on physical goods, struggle to understand why the company is investing so heavily in server farms and software platforms that have nothing to do with selling books or electronics. In quarterly planning sessions, finance leaders lay out the capital expenditure required to build new data centers, facilities the size of warehouses, climate-controlled, secured, consuming electricity at a scale that makes some executives visibly uneasy when they see the projected utility bills. Bezos defends the investment with the same logic he has applied to nearly every long-horizon bet of his career. The value of a thing is not always visible at the moment of its creation, and the willingness to be misunderstood for years is the price of building something genuinely new. He repeats in meeting after meeting a phrase that becomes something of an internal touchstone: the idea that Amazon should be willing to plant seeds that take years to grow into trees, and that quarterly thinking is the enemy of anything truly transformative. He reminds the room, more than once, that critics had said similar things about the original retail business a decade earlier, that patience over a long enough horizon had already been vindicated once, and that he saw no reason to abandon the discipline now simply because the product had changed from books to bytes. The skepticism is not irrational. For the first several years, AWS loses money, or at best breaks even, while consuming enormous capital for data centers scattered across regions with names that sound more like military designations than business units: Northern Virginia, Oregon, Dublin. Each one a quiet humming monument to a bet still unproven. Engineers recall budget meetings where the future of the entire division hangs in the balance, where finance teams ask hard questions about when, precisely, this experiment will become a business, and where the answer offered back is rarely a number but instead a horizon, a promise that the curve will bend favorable in time. Bezos absorbs these questions without flinching, in part because he has done the arithmetic himself many times over, and in part because he has come to trust a principle he has voiced in various forms throughout his career, that complaining is not a strategy, and that the only sustainable response to doubt is invention. There is a particular afternoon, recalled by several who were present, when a senior executive raises the question more bluntly than usual, asking why the company keeps pouring money into a business that competes, in some abstract sense, with companies Amazon might otherwise have as customers or partners. Bezos's answer, delivered without raising his voice, is that the question assumes static categories, that the world does not divide neatly into retailers and technology companies and media companies, and that any business unwilling to blur those lines on its own terms will eventually have them blurred by someone else on far worse terms. The room does not erupt in agreement. Some leave still unconvinced. But the investment continues, quarter after quarter. The data centers multiply, and the architecture grows more sophisticated, more reliable, more capable of handling workloads its original architects had never quite imagined. By the time 2010 arrives, something has shifted, almost imperceptibly at first and then unmistakably. Netflix, in the midst of transforming itself from a DVD by mail service into a streaming giant, makes the consequential decision to run its entire infrastructure on AWS rather than build its own data centers. It is, in its way, an act of extraordinary trust, a media company entrusting the literal foundation of its business to the same company it nominally competes against in the broader battle for consumer attention and spending. Inside Amazon, the news of Netflix's migration circulates with a quiet satisfaction among the original architects of the service, a sense that the bet, debated and defended across so many uncomfortable meetings, has finally produced an answer the skeptics cannot easily dismiss. Soon after, startups that will become household names, photo-sharing platforms and social networks and enterprise software companies build themselves entirely atop Amazon's infrastructure from their very first lines of code. The cloud, a metaphor that initially struck many as marketing fluff, becomes the literal substrate of the internet economy, and Amazon, almost without the outside world fully registering the shift, becomes its landlord. While this transformation unfolds in the realm of invisible infrastructure, another battle, equally consequential and far more visible, is being waged in a different corner of the company, in a building deliberately kept separate from Amazon's main campus, its location known to relatively few employees, its work shrouded in a level of secrecy unusual even by Amazon's already secretive standards. The year is 2004. And Bezos has assembled a small team under these conditions of near total secrecy, instructing them to build something that, if successful, will cannibalize Amazon's own most successful business, the sale of physical books. He gathers this team and delivers an instruction that several participants would later describe as both liberating and terrifying in its simplicity. He tells them to imagine that their job is to put the entire physical book industry, including Amazon's own enormously profitable book retail business, out of business before someone else does it first. He does not soften the instruction with reassurance. He wants the team to feel the full weight of what they are attempting, because he believes half measures will not survive contact with an industry as entrenched as publishing. The device that emerges from this directive, after years of engineering struggle that includes false starts, supply chain nightmares, and the genuinely difficult technical problem of making a screen that reads like paper rather than glowing like a television, is the Kindle. The electronic ink technology at its heart presents a maddening engineering puzzle for years, a display that must hold an image without continuously drawing power, that must be legible in direct sunlight, the way a paperback is, that must avoid the eye strain so many readers associate with staring at a backlit screen for hours. Engineers test prototype after prototype, adjusting contrast, refresh rates, the physical weight of the device in a reader's hand, because Bezos has made clear, in his usual unsparing way, that a device which merely approximates the reading experience will not be good enough. It must, in his words repeated to the team across countless reviews, disappear in the reader's hands, become invisible the way a beloved paperback becomes invisible once a reader is 30 pages into a story they cannot put down. The Kindle launches in November 2007, a slab of white plastic with an angled keyboard and a screen technology called electronic ink that, unlike anything else on the market, reflects ambient light the way a printed page does rather than emitting its own glow. The device sells out within 5.5 hours of its debut and remains unavailable for months afterward, as the company scrambles to meet a demand that internal projections had wildly underestimated. Inside the company, there's a particular kind of disbelief that follows a launch nobody had fully prepared for. Supply chain teams scrambling to source components that had been ordered in quantities calibrated for a far more modest reception. Customer service representatives fielding an avalanche of inquiries from customers desperate to know when their backordered device might finally arrive. What makes the Kindle more than a clever gadget, what elevates it from a footnote in consumer electronics history to a genuine turning point in the story of publishing itself, is the wireless connection embedded inside it, a feature the team calls WhisperNet. A reader anywhere with cellular coverage can think of a book, search for it, and hold it in digitized form within 60 seconds with no computer, no syncing cable, no intermediary step required. This single design decision, deceptively simple to describe, requires years of negotiation with wireless carriers and a fundamentally different business arrangement than anything Amazon had built before, since the cost of that wireless data transfer is folded invisibly into the price of each book rather than billed separately to the customer, a choice meant to preserve the feeling of magic, of frictionless desire fulfilled, that Bezos insists upon throughout development. Bezos understands, perhaps more clearly than anyone else in the publishing industry at the time, that the device itself is almost beside the point. The real innovation is the elimination of friction between desire and possession, the collapsing of the distance between wanting to read something and actually reading it, a principle he had already proven once with overnight shipping and one-click ordering, now applied to the act of reading itself. This vision sets Amazon on a collision course with an entire industry that has operated on stable, predictable terms for the better part of a century. Publishing houses, accustomed to controlling pricing and distribution through arrangements with physical bookstores, watch with mounting alarm as Amazon begins pricing many new digital releases at $9.99, a figure that strikes traditional publishers as not merely aggressive, but existentially threatening to the economics of their business. Behind closed doors in New York conference rooms, publishing executives debate how to respond to a company that seems, in their view, to be devaluing the very product they have spent generations cultivating. Fearful that a reading public conditioned to expect $10 bestsellers will never again accept the $25 hardcover price that has long subsidized the rest of a publisher's catalog. The tension simmers for years, eventually boiling into public disputes and legal confrontations over pricing models, disputes that pit Amazon's relentless focus on consumer experience against an industry's instinct to protect established margins and relationships. At one particularly tense juncture, a major publisher pulls its books from Amazon's platform entirely in protest, a standoff covered extensively in the press, each side framing itself as the defender of readers and authors against the other's overreach. Through these conflicts, Bezos maintains a posture that those who negotiated against him often found maddening in its calm consistency. He frames the conflict not as a battle between Amazon and publishers, but as a question of what serves the reader. And he proceeds from the conviction that lowering the friction and cost of reading will, over time, expand the entire size of the reading market rather than simply redistributing existing revenue. Colleagues describe him in these negotiations as patient to the point of unsettling the people across the table, willing to let a standoff continue for months rather than concede a principle he believed would prove correct in time. It is a bet, like so many of his bets, that requires patience measured in years rather than quarters, a willingness to absorb short-term conflict and even reputational damage in service of a long-term structural change he believes is inevitable regardless of whether the existing industry welcomes it. The device itself evolves rapidly across these years, each iteration solving problems the previous version exposed. The Kindle 2 arrives in 2009 with a slimmer profile and improved battery life, the awkward proportions of the original refined into something that finally feels, in the hands of early reviewers, like a natural object rather than a prototype. The Kindle DX follows shortly after with a larger screen aimed at newspapers, magazines, and textbooks, an attempt to extend the same logic of digital convenience into forms of reading beyond the novel. Part of an ambition that stretches into pilot partnerships with universities, curious whether digital textbooks might someday lighten the load students carry across campus. By 2011, the introduction of the Kindle Fire marks a further evolution, a full-color tablet that blurs the line between e-reader and general computing device, putting Amazon into direct competition with the iPad in ways few would have predicted when the original black-and-white Kindle launched 4 years earlier. The Fire is priced aggressively, near cost by some industry estimates, a strategy consistent with a philosophy Bezos articulates openly in this period. The idea that Amazon prefers to make its money when customers use its devices rather than when they purchase them, content and services treated as the true product, the hardware merely the doorway through which customers walk. Each version reflects the same underlying philosophy that has guided Bezos since the project's secretive origins, that the long-term winner in any technology category will be the company most willing to make its own existing products obsolete before a competitor does it for them. There is a story, told and retold inside the company in these years, of an early internal debate in which someone raises a concern that the Kindle business, if wildly successful, will badly damage Amazon's already thriving sale of physical books, eating into a revenue stream that had taken a decade to build into the company's primary identity. Bezos's reply, as those present remember it, is that this is precisely the point, that a company unwilling to undercut its own best-selling product line out of fear is a company quietly inviting someone else to do it first, more slowly, more painfully, and on terms it does not control. By 2013, when this chapter of the story draws toward its close, the transformation Bezos set in motion years earlier in that humming sixth-floor server room and in that secretive book-killing project has become impossible to ignore, even for the skeptics who once dismissed both ventures as expensive distractions from Amazon's core retail business. Amazon Web Services has become the invisible backbone, supporting an enormous and growing share of the modern Internet, a business generating billions in revenue that barely existed as a concept a decade earlier, quietly powering the digital lives of companies whose names appear on magazine covers, while the infrastructure underneath them remains, by design, almost entirely invisible to the public consuming their products. The Kindle, meanwhile, has fundamentally restructured how millions of people acquire and consume books, forcing an entire industry to reckon with digital distribution in ways it had resisted for years, with digital sales growing from a curiosity into a substantial share of the overall market, a shift that would have seemed implausible to most publishing executives only a handful of years earlier. What ties these two seemingly disparate achievements together, the rental of invisible computing power and the digitization of the printed word, is not coincidence but a single, consistent way of seeing the world that Bezos has carried since Amazon's earliest days as an online bookstore operating out of a converted garage. Both ventures began with an honest accounting of friction, a clear-eyed look at what stood between a customer and the thing they actually wanted, whether that thing was computing capacity or the next chapter of a novel. Both ventures required years of unprofitable, uncertain investment before their value became undeniable, years in which internal skeptics and external critics alike questioned whether the resources poured into them might have been better spent elsewhere. And both ventures depended on a willingness, repeated again and again throughout this period, to risk cannibalizing Amazon's own existing businesses rather than wait for some other company to do it first, a discipline that runs directly counter to the natural instinct of any organization to protect what already works. There is something almost architectural in the way these years unfold. Foundations poured in obscurity, structures rising slowly enough that for a long while observers standing at street level cannot quite tell what is being built or whether it will ever be finished at all. The engineers who once huddled around whiteboards debating elasticity now oversee infrastructure spanning continents. The small secretive team, once tasked with imagining the end of the physical book, now watches as digital reading, once a strange and unproven notion, becomes simply how a meaningful share of the reading public encounters the written word. Neither outcome was guaranteed. Both required years of Bezos absorbing doubt from inside his own company and outside it, defending investments whose returns lay stubbornly over a horizon most executives are trained to ignore. By the end of 2013, the company that began as a single-category retailer has quietly become something far stranger and more powerful. A business that simultaneously sells diapers and rents server racks, ships paperbacks and beams digital novels through the air, competes with bookstores, and underwrites the infrastructure of companies that compete with Amazon itself in other arenas entirely. The empire of code and print built across these 7 transformative years stands as proof of a principle that Bezos has clearly internalized and would carry forward into every subsequent chapter of the company's expansion, that the most defensible advantage in business is not a single product, but the willingness to keep building the thing that makes your own current success obsolete, before anyone else gets the chance to do it for you. The horizon, once again, has moved, and the builder, true to form, is already looking past it toward whatever comes next. Chapter 8. Buying the Post and Framing the Media, Years 2013 to 2019. The summer air over Washington hangs thick and humid in August of 2013, the kind of heat that presses against the marble facades of the city's institutions and makes even the most hardened reporters move a little slower between meetings. Inside the offices of the Washington Post, a newsroom that has weathered Watergate, that broke stories which toppled a presidency, faces a quieter but no less consequential reckoning. Circulation has been sliding for years. Advertising revenue, the lifeblood of newspapers for a century, is hemorrhaging into the digital ether. The paper that once defined American journalism is, by the numbers, a business in decline. And then comes the announcement that stuns the industry. Jeff Bezos, the founder of Amazon, a man known for warehouses and algorithms and overnight shipping, has agreed to purchase the Washington Post for $250 million. Not through Amazon. Through his own personal fortune. A side investment almost, though nothing about $250 million feels like a side investment to anyone watching from outside. The newsroom does not know quite what to make of it. Reporters who have spent careers covering power now find themselves, for the first time, working for a man who embodies a new kind of power entirely, one built not on column inches but on click-through rates, not on bureau chiefs but on data centers humming in Virginia and Oregon. There is anxiety in the hallways. Will this be the end of serious journalism, swallowed by Silicon Valley efficiency? Will the obituary desk and the foreign bureau be the first casualties of a balance sheet mentality? But Bezos, when he finally addresses the staff, does not arrive with spreadsheets and restructuring plans. He arrives instead with a letter, measured, almost humble in tone. He tells them he understands the values of the Post must endure. He tells them he is buying the paper not because he needs to, but because he believes journalism plays an indispensable role in a free society, and because he believes, with the patience of a man who has spent 2 decades thinking in decades rather than quarters, that there is a way to make it work again. What follows is not the slash-and-burn takeover the skeptics predicted. It is something more patient, more architectural. Bezos applies to the newsroom the same philosophy he applied to Amazon's early years of razor-thin margins and long-term thinking: invest first, profit later. The Post begins hiring instead of shrinking. New software engineers join veteran reporters. A publishing platform called Arc, built to handle the Post's own digital infrastructure, is quietly developed and refined. Digital subscriptions, once an afterthought, become a central strategy. The website is rebuilt for speed, for mobile readers, for a generation that no longer waits for newsprint on their doorstep. By 2016, something remarkable has happened. The Washington Post, which had been losing money and readers for the better part of a decade, returns to profitability. Traffic surges past the New York Post, past the Wall Street Journal, climbing toward the very pinnacle of American digital journalism. The newsroom that feared obsolescence finds itself instead growing, adding investigative teams, expanding international coverage, doubling down on the kind of accountability journalism that had once made the paper's name. It is into this same period that the rest of Bezos's empire continues its quiet, relentless expansion. Blue Origin, the rocket company he founded years earlier, and funded by selling roughly $1 billion of Amazon stock annually, begins to graduate from secretive testing in the West Texas desert into something the public can finally witness. In November of 2015, a Blue Origin rocket called New Shepard lifts off, reaches the edge of space, and then does something that captures the imagination of engineers around the world. It returns. It descends under its own power, engines firing in a controlled burn, and lands upright on a designated pad, intact, reusable. It is a vertical landing, achieved just weeks before a similar feat by a rival company. And the symbolism is not lost on anyone watching the space industry. An old dream, the reusable rocket, suddenly within reach, driven forward by a man who built his fortune selling books online and is now, deliberately, methodically, building his way toward the stars. Meanwhile, in Seattle, Amazon itself is transforming again. The cloud computing division, Amazon Web Services, has quietly become one of the most profitable engines in the company's history, powering the back end of countless businesses around the world that have no idea their digital infrastructure runs through Amazon's servers. The retail empire expands into groceries with the acquisition of Whole Foods in 2017, a $13 billion deal that sends grocery store stocks tumbling nationwide on the day it is announced, as competitors brace for the same disruption that once swept through bookstores and electronics retailers. Amazon Prime, once a simple shipping subscription, becomes a sprawling ecosystem of video, music, and same-day delivery that locks in hundreds of millions of loyal customers. The financial consequence of all this is almost abstract in its scale. Amazon's stock price climbs and climbs through these years, and with it, the value of Bezos's roughly 16% ownership stake. In July of 2017, for a single afternoon, his net worth crosses $90 billion, and he becomes, however briefly, the richest person in the world, surpassing Bill Gates, a man who had held that position for the better part of 2 decades. The position will shift back and forth between them for a time, a strange and very public game of leapfrogging fortunes, until by 2018 the gap widens for good. Bezos's wealth peaks above $150 billion, a figure so large it becomes less a number and more a kind of cultural shorthand, a symbol invoked in conversations about inequality, about the nature of modern capitalism, about what it means for one person to hold so much. With that wealth comes a scrutiny unlike anything he has faced before. Where once he could walk the floor of an Amazon warehouse, largely unrecognized, he is now a fixture of magazine covers and congressional hearing transcripts, his every business decision parsed for its implications about labor practices, about market dominance, about the platform's growing footprint in cities competing fiercely to host Amazon's second headquarters. The HQ2 search, launched in 2017, becomes a strange spectacle in itself. Dozens of cities submitting elaborate bids, tax incentive packages worth billions, all hoping to be chosen as the next home for Amazon's expanding empire. When Amazon finally announces it will split the new headquarters between Long Island City in New York and Arlington, Virginia, the backlash in New York is fierce enough that the company withdraws from that location entirely months later, a rare public retreat for a company that rarely retreats from anything. Then, in January of 2019, the scrutiny turns from the professional to the deeply personal. Bezos and his wife of 25 years, Mackenzie, announced their divorce, a decision they describe as amicable, made after a process of careful consideration. But almost immediately, the story becomes more complicated and more public than either of them likely anticipated. A tabloid publication releases details of a personal relationship Bezos had been engaged in, along with private text messages, and the resulting controversy plays out not in hushed boardrooms but across the front pages of the very industry he now partly owns. Bezos responds in a manner few executives of his stature ever have, publishing his own account directly, accusing the tabloid of attempted extortion and blackmail over additional, more explicit material, and effectively daring them to follow through on the threat rather than capitulate quietly. It is a startling display of a man choosing public confrontation over private settlement, a reflection, perhaps, of the same instinct for boldness that led him to leave a stable Wall Street career decades earlier to sell books out of a garage. The divorce itself, when finalized later that year, becomes the most expensive in recorded history. Mackenzie receives a 25% stake in Amazon shares, instantly making her one of the wealthiest women in the world, and setting her on a path toward becoming one of the most significant philanthropic donors of her generation. Bezos retains majority voting control of the company he built, along with the Washington Post and Blue Origin. His empire diminished in raw numbers but still, by any measure, staggering in scope. By the close of 2019, the man who once packed boxes himself in a rented warehouse to save money on his earliest shipments now sits atop a constellation of ventures that touch nearly every corner of modern life. The way people shop, the way they read the news, the way governments and corporations store their data, and increasingly the question of whether humanity might one day extend its reach beyond the boundaries of this single finite planet. The newspaper he saved from irrelevance continues to win Pulitzer Prizes. The rockets he funds continue to fly toward space and return to land upright on the desert floor, as if defying not just gravity, but the very notion of what a single person, given enough patience and enough capital, might accomplish in one lifetime. You said, "Can you redo as a full 20-minute script? Can you redo as a full 20-minute script?" "This is too short." 8:31 p.m. Claude responded. Jeff Bezos, the Horizon Builder, architected expanded narrative with enhanced scenes, and historical depth architected expanded narrative with enhanced scenes, and historical depth. Jeff Bezos, the Horizon Builder. The summer air over Washington hangs thick and humid in August of 2013, the kind of heat that presses against the marble facades of the city's institutions and makes even the most hardened reporters move a little slower between meetings. Inside the offices of the Washington Post, on a quiet floor where the hum of fluorescent lights competes with the clatter of keyboards, a newsroom that has weathered Watergate, that broke stories which toppled a presidency, faces a quieter but no less consequential reckoning. Circulation has been sliding for years, the steady erosion of a habit once as fixed in American life as morning coffee. Advertising revenue, the lifeblood of newspapers for a century, is hemorrhaging into the digital ether, siphoned away by search engines and social platforms that never existed when the building first opened its doors. The paper that once defined American journalism is, by the numbers alone, a business in quiet decline, propped up by institutional pride more than profit. Then comes the announcement that stuns the industry. Donald Graham, whose family has owned the paper for 4 generations, has agreed to sell. The buyer is not a media conglomerate, not a hedge fund looking to strip the company for parts, but a single man, Jeff Bezos, founder of Amazon, purchasing the Washington Post for $250 million. Not through Amazon's corporate treasury. Through his own personal fortune, separate and apart from the company that made his name. A man known for warehouses and algorithms and overnight shipping is now, somewhat improbably, the owner of one of the most storied newspapers in the world. The newsroom does not know quite what to make of it. Reporters who have spent careers covering power now find themselves, for the first time, working for a man who embodies a new and unfamiliar kind of power, one built not on column inches but on click-through rates, not on bureau chiefs but on data centers humming quietly in Virginia and Oregon. There is real anxiety in the hallways that week, hushed conversations by the coffee machines, speculation traded in low voices. Will this be the end of serious journalism, swallowed by Silicon Valley efficiency and an obsession with metrics? Will the obituary desk and the foreign bureau be the first casualties of a balance sheet mentality, the first departments quietly folded into algorithms and cost projections? But when Bezos finally addresses the staff, he does not arrive with spreadsheets and restructuring plans. He arrives instead with a letter, measured, almost humble in tone, circulated to every employee before a single change is made. He tells them he understands the values of the Post must endure, regardless of who signs the checks. He tells them he is buying the paper not because he needs to, not because it fits neatly into some grand corporate strategy, but because he believes journalism plays an indispensable role in a healthy, self-governing society. And he tells them, with the patience of a man who has spent 2 decades thinking in decades rather than quarters, that he believes there is still a way to make the business work. What follows over the next several years is not the slash-and-burn takeover the skeptics in that newsroom had quietly feared. It is something more patient, more architectural, more in keeping with the long view that built Amazon from a money-losing online bookstore into a global retail giant. Bezos applies to journalism the same philosophy he applied to those early years of razor-thin margins and reinvested profits. Spend now on the things that compound, and let the patience pay for itself later. The Post begins hiring instead of shrinking, bringing in software engineers to sit alongside veteran reporters, an arrangement that strikes some old hands as strange and others as overdue. A publishing platform called Arc, built initially to handle the Post's own digital infrastructure, is quietly developed and refined behind the scenes, line by line of code, server rack by server rack. Digital subscriptions, once treated as an afterthought bolted onto the print product, become a central strategy, with paywalls reworked and apps rebuilt from scratch for a generation of readers who carry their news in their pockets rather than waiting for it to land on their doorstep. By 2016, something remarkable has happened, something almost no one in that anxious newsroom of 2013 would have predicted. The Washington Post, which had been losing money and readers for the better part of a decade, returns to profitability. Web traffic surges past the New York Post, past the Wall Street Journal, climbing toward the very pinnacle of American digital journalism, trading places with the New York Times for the position of most visited newspaper website in the country. The newsroom that feared obsolescence finds itself instead growing, adding investigative teams, expanding international coverage, doubling down on precisely the kind of accountability journalism that had made the paper's name during Watergate decades earlier. There is a quiet irony in it. The warehouse magnate has not gutted the cathedral of American journalism. He has, against most expectations, helped rebuild its foundation. It is into this same period that the rest of Bezos's empire continues its quiet, relentless expansion, often in directions the public barely notices until the moment it cannot look away. Blue Origin, the rocket company he founded years earlier in secrecy and funded by selling roughly $1 billion of Amazon stock annually, begins to graduate from quiet testing in the isolated flatlands of West Texas into something the public can finally witness for itself. In November of 2015, in the cold pre-dawn light of the desert, a Blue Origin rocket called New Shepard lifts off in a column of fire and smoke, climbs past the edge of space, and then does something that captures the imagination of engineers around the world. It returns. It descends under its own power, its engines firing in a precisely controlled burn against the pull of gravity, and lands upright on a designated pad, intact, undamaged, ready in principle to fly again. It is a vertical landing, achieved just weeks before a similar feat by a competing company, and the symbolism is not lost on anyone watching the space industry closely. An old science fiction dream, the reusable rocket, suddenly within reach, driven forward by a man who built his fortune selling books online and is now, deliberately and methodically, building his way toward the stars, motivated by a vision of millions of people one day living and working in space that he has held privately since childhood. Meanwhile, back on Earth in the glass towers of Seattle, Amazon itself is transforming again, layer by layer. The cloud computing division, Amazon Web Services, has quietly become one of the most profitable engines in the company's history, powering the invisible back end of countless businesses around the world that have no idea their digital infrastructure runs in some server room they will never see through Amazon's machines. The retail empire expands into groceries with the acquisition of Whole Foods Market in 2017, a $13 billion deal announced with little warning that sends grocery store stocks tumbling across the country on the very day it is revealed, as competitors brace for the same disruption that once swept through bookstores, then electronics retailers, then nearly every category of physical commerce it touched. Amazon Prime, once a simple 2-day shipping subscription, becomes a sprawling ecosystem of video, music, and same-day delivery that locks in hundreds of millions of loyal customers, reshaping not just how people shop, but how they expect the entire world of commerce to behave. The financial consequence of all this expansion is almost abstract in its scale, difficult to hold in the mind as anything other than an abstraction. Amazon's stock price climbs and climbs through these years, and with it, the value of Bezos' roughly 16% ownership stake, a number that grows not in millions but in tens of billions at a time. In July of 2017, for a single remarkable afternoon, his net worth crosses $90 billion, and he becomes, however briefly, the richest person in the world, surpassing Bill Gates, a man who had held that position for the better part of 2 decades. The title shifts back and forth between them for a time afterward, a strange and very public game of leapfrogging fortunes playing out in financial headlines, until by 2018 the gap widens for good and does not close again. Bezos' wealth peaks above $150 billion that year, a figure so large it becomes less a number and more a kind of cultural shorthand, a symbol invoked again and again in conversations about inequality, about the nature of modern capitalism, about what it means for a single individual to hold so much when so many hold so little. With that wealth comes a scrutiny unlike anything he has faced before in his career. Where once he could walk the floor of an Amazon fulfillment center largely unrecognized, just another executive in khakis checking on operations, he is now a fixture of magazine covers and congressional hearing transcripts, his every business decision parsed publicly for its implications about labor practices, about market dominance, about the platform's growing footprint in cities desperate to compete for its investment. The search for a second Amazon headquarters, launched in 2017 and known publicly as HQ2, becomes a strange spectacle in itself. Dozens of cities submitting elaborate bids, glossy presentations, tax incentive packages worth billions of dollars, all hoping to be chosen as the next home for Amazon's expanding empire. When Amazon finally announces in late 2018 that it will split the new headquarters between Long Island City in New York and Arlington, Virginia, the backlash in New York proves fierce enough, fueled by local opposition to the tax incentives involved, that the company withdraws from that location entirely just months later, a rare and very public retreat for a company that rarely retreats from anything it sets out to do. Then, in January of 2019, the scrutiny turns from the professional to the deeply, painfully personal. Bezos and his wife of 25 years, Mackenzie, announced their divorce in a joint statement, describing a decision reached after careful, amicable consideration following what they call a long period of loving exploration and trial separation. But almost immediately, the story becomes more complicated and more public than either of them likely anticipated when they wrote those measured words. A tabloid publication releases details of a personal relationship Bezos had been engaged in, accompanied by private text messages obtained through means that remain disputed, and the resulting controversy plays out not in hushed boardrooms but across the front pages of the very industry he now partly owns and operates. Bezos responds in a manner few executives of his stature ever have. Rather than negotiate quietly behind closed doors, he publishes his own account directly to the public, accusing the tabloid's parent company of attempted extortion and blackmail over additional, more explicit material they threatened to release, and effectively daring them to follow through on that threat rather than capitulate to it in silence. It is a startling display of a man choosing public confrontation over private settlement, a reflection, perhaps, of the same instinct for boldness and risk that led him to leave a stable, lucrative career on Wall Street decades earlier to sell books out of a rented garage in Bellevue, Washington. The divorce itself, when finalized later that same year, becomes the most expensive in recorded history. Mackenzie receives a 25% stake in Amazon shares as part of the settlement, instantly making her one of the wealthiest women in the world, and setting her on a path toward becoming one of the most significant philanthropic donors of her generation, a path she will pursue with a speed and openness that surprises observers of traditional philanthropy. Bezos retains majority voting control of the company he built from nothing, along with the Washington Post and Blue Origin. His personal fortune, diminished in raw numbers but still, by any reasonable measure, almost incomprehensibly vast. By the close of 2019, the man who once packed boxes himself on his hands and knees in that rented warehouse, scraping together every dollar to save on his earliest shipments, now sits atop a constellation of ventures that touch nearly every corner of modern life. The way people shop, reshaped by Prime and same-day delivery. The way they read the news, sustained by a newspaper he saved from slow irrelevance, and that continues to win Pulitzer Prizes for its investigative work. The way governments and corporations store and process their data, quietly underwritten by server farms most people will never see or think about. And increasingly, the question of whether humanity might one day extend its reach beyond the boundaries of this single finite planet, carried forward by rockets that continue to fly toward the edge of space and return against the pull of gravity to land upright on the desert floor, as if defying not just physics, but the very notion of what one person, given enough patience and enough capital and enough willingness to be misunderstood, might accomplish within the span of a single lifetime. Chapter 9. Blue Origin and the Gravity Escape Years, 2019 to 2021. The desert stretches flat and gold, beneath a sky so wide it seems to swallow the horizon itself. This is West Texas, near the town of Van Horn, where the silence is broken only by wind moving across scrub grass and the occasional cry of a hawk circling far overhead. It is early 2019, and on this remote stretch of land, something extraordinary is taking shape. A launch tower rises from the desert floor like a steel cathedral, its scaffolding catching the late afternoon light. Engineers in white coveralls move methodically around its base, checking valves, running diagnostics, speaking to one another in the clipped shorthand of people who have rehearsed every motion 100 times before. This is the home of Blue Origin, and the man who built it stands a short distance away, hands in his pockets, eyes fixed on the rocket before him. Jeff Bezos has spent more than 2 decades building the largest store the world has ever known. Amazon now touches nearly every corner of modern life, its trucks rumbling down suburban streets, its servers humming in data centers across continents, its name synonymous with convenience itself. But here, in this quiet stretch of Texas, none of that seems to matter. Here, he is not the founder of an empire. He is a boy again, the one who once spent his summers on his grandfather's ranch in South Texas, taking apart windmills and engines, lying flat on his back in the grass and staring up at the stars, wondering, with the kind of wonder only a child can summon, what it might feel like to leave the ground entirely. That wonder never left him. It simply waited, patient as gravity itself, for the moment when it could finally take precedence. The wind shifts, carrying with it the faint mineral smell of propellant and scorched earth, a scent this land has come to know well over the past 2 decades. Bezos breathes it in, the way another man might breathe in the salt air of a familiar coastline. He has been coming to this desert since the early 2000s, when Blue Origin existed as little more than a name on a shell company's paperwork and a collection of half-formed sketches. In those early years, almost no one knew the company existed at all. There were no press conferences, no triumphant announcements, no countdown clocks broadcast to a watching public. There was only the quiet, grinding work of trial and error, engines that misfired, prototypes that rose a few hundred feet before tipping and crashing into the brush, late nights spent poring over data with a small circle of engineers who had signed on for a dream most of the world didn't yet take seriously. While the world's attention turned toward Elon Musk and SpaceX, toward dramatic launches, very public failures, and an unmistakable hunger for spectacle, Bezos built in the shadows. He had adopted, almost as scripture, a Latin motto for his new venture, gradatum ferociter. Step by step, ferociously. It was an unusual phrase for a man known for moving fast in business, for disrupting industries with the kind of relentless urgency that left competitors scrambling. But space, he had come to believe, did not forgive haste. Space punished shortcuts with fire and silence. And so he insisted on patience, on testing and retesting, on building a reusable rocket, not because it was the fastest path to orbit, but because it was the only path towards something sustainable, something that might one day carry not just a handful of astronauts, but an entire civilization's industry beyond the atmosphere. Now, in 2019, that patience is beginning to show its purpose. The New Shepard rocket, named for Alan Shepard, the first American to reach space back in 1961, stands ready before him, a stubby, elegant vehicle designed not to orbit the Earth, but to kiss the edge of space and return, carrying its passengers across the Kármán line and back into the atmosphere within a span of roughly 11 minutes. It is reusable, capable of launching and landing itself with the kind of vertical, controlled descent that once existed only in science fiction films. Bezos watches as the capsule completes another successful uncrewed test, the booster settling onto its landing pad in a column of fire and dust, legs unfolding at the last possible second like some great mechanical heron coming to rest. Applause breaks out among the small crowd of engineers gathered at Mission Control, and something in his expression shifts, not triumph exactly, but recognition. The pieces are finally coming together. That spring, far from the desert, in a converted exhibition hall near Washington, D.C., he stands before a small audience and unveils something far larger than New Shepard. The lights dim. A model spacecraft rises into view on stage beside him, sleek, angular, its legs splayed wide for stability on uneven terrain. A lunar lander, he explains, designed to ferry astronauts and cargo to the surface of the moon. He calls it Blue Moon. As he speaks, his voice carries the same measured cadence he has always used when describing his most ambitious ideas. Not the breathless excitement of a man chasing a trend, but the steady conviction of someone who has been thinking about this problem for a very long time, perhaps his entire life. He tells the room that Earth, for all its beauty, has limits. Its resources are finite. Its capacity to sustain an ever-growing civilization is not infinite, no matter how much humanity might wish otherwise. He paints a picture of a future in which heavy industry, mining, manufacturing, the energy-hungry processes that strain the planet's ecosystems, might one day move off-world entirely, conducted in orbital platforms powered by uninterrupted sunlight, leaving Earth as it was always meant to be, a garden zoned for residents and light industry, not a factory floor straining under the weight of its own progress. It is a vision he has nurtured since his teenage years, when he stood at a podium as valedictorian of his high school class in Miami and described, to an audience of parents and classmates who likely thought it charming youthful fantasy, a future of space hotels and orbital colonies. Decades later, with the resources of the wealthiest man in the world behind him, that vision is no longer confined to a teenager's imagination. He is pledged to sell roughly $1 billion of Amazon stock every year to fund Blue Origin's ambitions, treating the company less as a business and more as an infrastructure project for the species itself, a multi-generational endeavor he does not expect to see completed in his own lifetime. But ambition, however vast, does not exempt a person from rivalry. Later that same year, NASA announces a competition for its Human Landing System program, a contract to build the spacecraft that will carry American astronauts back to the lunar surface for the first time since 1972, when Eugene Cernan climbed the ladder of the Apollo 17 lander and left the last human boot print on the moon's gray dust. Bezos assembles what he calls the national team, a partnership with Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, and Draper, 4 companies pooling decades of aerospace heritage into a single formidable bid. It feels, for a moment, like destiny aligning. The grandson of a man who worked on early missile defense systems for the Atomic Energy Commission, the boy who once dreamed of the moon from a Texas ranch, now stands at the threshold of helping send humans back to it. Through 2020, the bid moves forward against a backdrop the world will not soon forget. A pandemic sweeps across the globe, grounding flights, shuttering offices, forcing the engineers of Blue Origin to coordinate from kitchen tables and spare bedrooms instead of clean rooms and conference halls. Yet the work continues, deadlines holding firm even as the ground beneath everyone shifts. There is something almost defiant in that continuity. Rockets still being designed, proposals still being refined, while the rest of the world holds its breath. The decision finally comes in April of 2021, and it does not go his way. NASA selects SpaceX instead, awarding the contract to Bezos' fiercest rival in a single decisive blow. For a man unaccustomed to losing, the defeat stings in ways that are not easily masked. Blue Origin files a protest with the Government Accountability Office, then escalates to a lawsuit in federal court, arguing the process was flawed, the playing field uneven, the decision rushed under budget constraints that shortchanged fair competition. The legal battle will drag on for months, fought in filings and hearings far removed from the desert's quiet patience, ultimately ending in defeat that summer. It is a humbling reminder that even with unlimited resources and a lifetime of preparation, the universe does not simply yield to ambition. It must be earned, contested, sometimes lost, before it can be won again. Yet even as that battle unfolds in courtrooms and press releases, something else is happening, something quieter and in its way more profound. On a February morning in 2021, Bezos sits down to write a letter to Amazon's employees and shareholders. The company he built from a garage in Bellevue, Washington, in 1994, a company that began as little more than an online bookstore, a bet that the internet might one day reshape how the world bought and sold things, has grown into one of the most valuable corporations on Earth, employing well over 1 million people, touching the daily lives of customers on every inhabited continent. He announces that later that year, he will step down as Chief Executive Officer, transitioning to the role of Executive Chairman. Andy Jassy, a longtime Amazon executive who built the company's cloud computing division from scratch, will take the helm. Bezos describes the moment not as a retreat, but as a redirection, a chance to focus his energy on new initiatives, the Day One Fund supporting homeless families and early childhood education, the Bezos Earth Fund committing billions toward climate solutions, The Washington Post, and unmistakably Blue Origin. For 27 years, Amazon had been the center of his gravity, the project that consumed his days and reshaped his nights, that turned a quiet, bookish engineer from Princeton into one of the most consequential businessmen of his generation. To let it go, even partially, even thoughtfully, requires a kind of courage that ambition alone cannot provide. It requires the recognition that some chapters must close so that others may begin. He has often said that as CEO, one is paid to be right very rarely and to be bold very often. Now, in stepping back, he is making perhaps the boldest decision of his career, trusting someone else to carry his life's greatest creation forward, so that he might finally chase the one that came first. And so, on the morning of July 20th, 2021, exactly 52 years after Neil Armstrong first set foot on the moon, Jeff Bezos returns to the Texas desert. But this time, he is not standing beside the launch tower, issuing directions to engineers. He is walking toward it, dressed in a blue flight suit, his brother Mark at his side, his closest friend since childhood, the boy who once helped him strip down old cars and build elaborate inventions in their grandfather's barn. Beside them stands Wally Funk, 82 years old, silver-haired and beaming, a woman who trained as an astronaut candidate in the early 1960s as part of a privately funded program that tested women against the same grueling physical standards as NASA's Mercury astronauts, only to be denied the chance to fly by an era unwilling to send a woman into space. For 60 years she has watched others leave the atmosphere she once trained to enter. And beside her stands Oliver Damon, 18 years old, a Dutch physics student who will become, in the next few hours, the youngest person ever to leave Earth's atmosphere. 4 lives, 4 entirely different distances, traveled to arrive at this single shared morning, now converging at the base of the same rocket. The capsule doors close with a soft, final hiss. Inside, the cabin is hushed, lit by the gentle glow of instrument panels and the wide, curved windows that will soon frame the curvature of the Earth itself. Ground control runs through its final checks, voices steady and practiced over the radio. Outside, a small crowd has gathered at a safe distance. Family, friends, employees who have spent years building toward this exact morning, all of them craning their necks toward the white tower glinting in the early sun. Bezos has waited for this moment since he was a boy lying in the grass of his grandfather's ranch, watching the stars wheel slowly overhead and wondering what lay beyond them. Now the countdown begins, the voice over the radio counting backward with the unhurried calm of someone who has done this 100 times in simulation. 10, 9, 8. Inside the capsule, 4 hands find armrests. 7, 6, 5. Somewhere in the crowd below, someone begins to cry quietly, the way people do when they witness something they never expected to see in their lifetime. 4, 3, 2, 1. The engines ignite, and for a fraction of a second, the entire desert seems to hold its breath alongside the spectators. Then the capsule shudders and rises, a pillar of fire pushing it upward through the thin Texas air, faster and faster, the rocket shrinking to a bright point against a sky that darkens from blue to indigo to black in a matter of minutes. The roar fades into the distance, swallowed by altitude, until there is nothing left below but drifting smoke and a launch pad standing empty in the morning light. For a few suspended minutes, far above the desert, gravity loosens its hold entirely. Bezos unbuckles, and the cabin fills with the strange silent ballet of bodies adjusting to weightlessness, arms drifting upward of their own accord, a stray pen tumbling slowly past a window, laughter rising unbidden in throats unaccustomed to such lightness. Wally Funk, 60 years removed from the day she was told she would never fly, somersaults gently in the cabin, her face lit with an expression that seems to hold both the 18-year-old who once dreamed of space and the 82-year-old who finally reached it. Below them, through the windows, the Earth curves away into a thin, luminous blue line, fragile against the endless black surrounding it, the same planet that has held every human being who has ever lived, now visible all at once in a single glance. It lasts only a few minutes. Then the capsule begins its descent, parachutes blooming open against the desert sky like great white blossoms, the craft settling gently back onto the very ground from which it rose, a small cloud of dust rising to meet it. The hatch opens. Bezos steps out into the bright Texas morning, removes his helmet, and looks up, not at the cameras, not at the cheering crowd rushing forward to meet him, but at the sky itself, as if checking that it is still there, still holding the place he has just returned from. He will later describe it as the best day of his life, not because of records broken or headlines made, but because of how thin the atmosphere appeared from above, how delicate the only home humanity has ever known looked against the endless dark surrounding it. It is a perspective that will follow him forward, shaping not just his ambitions for Blue Origin, but his sense of urgency about the planet he has just left and returned to, about the fragile blue line that separates everything humanity has ever known from the cold vacuum beyond it. The horizon, once a metaphor for ambition, has become something he has touched with his own hands. And somewhere beyond it, step by step ferociously, the next chapter is already beginning to take shape. Chapter 10. Stepping down and looking ahead, years 2021 present. The morning light comes in low over Seattle, slanting through the glass curtain walls of the Day One building, the headquarters Jeff Bezos built and named for the philosophy that built him. It is July the 5th, 2021. Inside, the air carries that particular hush that settles over a place on the eve of something irreversible. Boxes have not been packed. Nameplates have not changed. Nothing here looks like an ending. And yet everyone in the building knows that tomorrow, the company will have a different chief executive for the first time in 27 years. Bezos sits at his desk, the same kind of door desk he built in his garage in 1994, a splintered legend of frugality that has followed him through every chapter of his rise. He is 57 years old now. The dark hair has thinned and grayed at the edges. The frame that was once narrow and almost gangly has hardened, broadened, the result of years spent lifting in a private gym, a deliberate remaking of the body to match the scale of what the mind had built. He looks at the laptop screen in front of him, at a letter he has rewritten more times than he can count. It is addressed to Amazon's employees. It begins, as so many of his letters have, with a question rather than an answer. That has always been his instinct, to lead with curiosity instead of certainty, even at the summit of his own company. He types the final lines slowly, reading them back twice. Tomorrow, he will become executive chairman. Andy Jassy, the loyal lieutenant who built Amazon Web Services from a stray internal idea into a cloud computing empire worth more than the rest of the company combined, will become chief executive officer. It is not a retirement. Bezos has never retired from anything in his life, not really. It is a redirection, a calculated turn of the wheel, the same instinct that once turned him away from a comfortable career at a Wall Street hedge fund and sent him driving cross-country with his then-wife Mackenzie, typing a business plan into a laptop in the passenger seat while she drove, because he could not stop thinking about a single number, 35%. The annual growth rate of internet usage in 1994. A number too large to ignore. A number that had reorganized the rest of his life around it. That same restlessness has carried him for nearly 3 decades. Tonight, it is carrying him somewhere else. He sets the laptop aside and walks to the window. Outside, Lake Union holds the early light in long silver bands, and beyond it, the Cascade Mountains keep their permanent blue silence, indifferent to the scale of what is happening inside this one building. He thinks, not for the first time this week, about the early Amazon offices above a mattress store on 2nd Avenue. The desks made from doors because real desks were too expensive, the dial-up modems. The single overworked server that crashed if too many people tried to order books at once. He thinks about how strange it is that the company born in that cramped, improvised space now employs more than 1 million people across the world, that the cardboard boxes stacked in that first garage have become a kind of global infrastructure, as essential and invisible to daily life as electricity or running water. He has often said that Amazon's mission was never truly about retail. It was about becoming the most customer-centric company on earth. A phrase so simple it sounds almost naive until you understand the relentlessness with which he pursued it. Every meeting he ever ran began with a silent reading period, employees absorbing 6-page narrative memos instead of slideshows, because he believed bullet points let people hide from the difficulty of real thought. Every major decision was weighed against an empty chair pulled up to the table. The customer's chair, he called it, though in his mind it was never truly empty. He showers, dresses, drives the short distance back to the office the next morning under a sky just beginning to clear of its usual Pacific Northwest gray. Inside, the halls are unusually quiet for a Tuesday. People nod to him as he passes, some uncertain whether to treat the day as solemn or celebratory, uncertain how to read a man whose face has always been difficult to read. His laugh, famous across business television for its sudden, booming, almost startling honesty, can erupt without warning and vanish just as quickly, replaced by the narrow, searching look of someone already 3 moves ahead in a private chess game only he can see. Today the laugh comes rarely. Today there is something more contemplative in him, something turned inward. That afternoon, in the company's broadcast studio, employees gather, some in the room, distanced still by the lingering caution of the pandemic, most watching from screens scattered across continents and time zones. Bezos steps up to address them for the last time, as CEO. He thanks them, his voice steady, unhurried. He reminds them, in that calm and deliberate cadence he has always used for the things that matter most, that the qualities which built Amazon, the willingness to fail, the willingness to be misunderstood for long stretches of time, the obsession over the customer rather than the competitor, must never be allowed to calcify into routine. Day 1, he tells them again, as he has told them for years, is not a date stamped on a building's nameplate. It is a posture, a daily choice. The moment a company grows certain of itself, the moment its meetings turn into rituals and its decisions turn into habits, that is day 2. And day 2, he says, his eyes scanning the room slowly, leads to irrelevance, decline, and eventually death. It is a strange thing to say while stepping away from the company you spent your whole adult life building. But it is also, perhaps, the truest expression of why he is stepping away at all. He does not want to become the calcified thing he has spent his career warning against. He wants Amazon to keep moving. And he has staked the entire transition on his belief that Jassy can keep it moving without him standing directly over the wheel every hour of every day. Jassy himself sits near the front of the room that afternoon, a man who joined the company in 1997 as one of its earliest MBA hires, who pitched Bezos on the idea of renting out Amazon's internal computing infrastructure to outside businesses back when the idea sounded almost absurd, and who built that pitch, over the better part of 2 decades, into the most profitable division of the entire company. He has worked beside Bezos for 24 years, has absorbed the same habits, the narrative memos, the obsessive focus on long-term thinking over quarterly applause, the willingness to be misunderstood. Watching him now, Bezos feels something close to certainty. Not the certainty of an ending, but the certainty of a relay handed cleanly from one runner to the next, the baton still warm. In the days that follow, the machinery of transition moves quietly through the company's upper floors. Board meetings that once ran with Bezos at the head of the table now run with Jassy there instead, Bezos seated slightly to the side, a presence rather than a centerpiece, offering counsel only when asked, watching the new chief executive find his own rhythm with decisions that for years had belonged to someone else. There is no dramatic handover ceremony, no symbolic passing of an object across a table. The transfer of power at Amazon happens the way most consequential things happen inside the company, through memos, through calendar invitations quietly reassigned, through a single line in a press release confirming what insiders have known was coming for months. There is something else pulling at Bezos that summer, something that predates Amazon by nearly 2 decades, something that has been humming quietly beneath the surface of his ambitions since he was a teenager. In the year 2000, in near total secrecy, he founded a rocket company. He called it Blue Origin, choosing for it a Latin motto, Gradatum ferociter, step by step, ferociously. And for 20 years, while the world watched him build the largest retail company on Earth, he was also funding, often from his own pocket, a long and patient effort to build reusable rockets capable of carrying people into space. Few people understood why. Fewer still understood how deep the roots of that ambition actually ran. Those roots reach back to a high school valedictory speech delivered in Miami by a gawky, intensely curious 18-year-old who stood in front of his graduating class and announced, without irony, that he intended to help get humanity into space, to build orbiting colonies, to move heavy industry off the fragile surface of the Earth and into the vastness beyond it, so the planet itself could be preserved as something closer to a garden than a factory floor. It sounded, at the time, like the kind of thing bright teenagers say, and then quietly abandon as adult responsibilities take hold. He never abandoned it. He simply built Amazon first, because Amazon, in his mind, was always the engine that could fund the dream that came before it. Every dollar of Amazon stock he sold across the years, year after year, fed quietly into Blue Origin's accounts, a steady tithe paid toward a vision few outsiders took seriously. 11 days after stepping down as CEO, on the morning of July 20th, 2021, he stands on a launch pad in the open scrubland of West Texas in a wide-brimmed cowboy hat, looking up at a squat white rocket called New Shepard, named for Alan Shepard, the first American in space. Beside him stands his brother, Mark, a friend since childhood, an 82-year-old aviation pioneer named Wally Funk, who trained to become an astronaut 60 years earlier and was barred from flying because of her gender, and an 18-year-old Dutch student named Oliver Damon, who at that moment becomes the youngest person ever to reach space. They climb together into the capsule. The hatch closes with a soft mechanical seal. There is no countdown drama of old Saturn rockets, no enormous gantry crew rushing across scaffolding, just a quiet automated stillness, and then ignition. The rocket rises on a column of fire and vapor, and for a few suspended minutes, Jeff Bezos is weightless, tumbling gently inside the capsule alongside the others, looking out through the window at the curve of the Earth set against the absolute black of space, the thin blue ribbon of atmosphere that has occupied his imagination since boyhood, fragile and bright against the dark. When the capsule parachutes back down into the desert, and the hatch swings open, he steps out into the dust and sunlight, grinning in a way few have seen from him before, and says that it is the best day of his life. People will debate, in the months and years that follow, whether the flight represents genuine progress or simple indulgence, whether private space tourism for billionaires advances humanity or merely entertains it. He has heard every version of the criticism, has read the headlines questioning whether the money might have been better spent solving problems on the ground he is leaving behind. He answers it the way he has always answered skepticism, not with argument, but by continuing to build. The 11-minute joyride was never the point. The point was New Glenn, the reusable heavy-lift rocket, slowly taking shape in Blue Origin's factories along the Florida coast. The Lunar Lander Program, codenamed Blue Moon, contracted to carry astronauts back to the lunar surface for the first time in half a century. The patient, unglamorous architecture of infrastructure that he believes, with the same stubbornness that built Amazon's logistics network into a marvel of efficiency, will eventually make it possible for millions of people to live and work beyond Earth's atmosphere. Years later, in January of 2025, he stands once more in the pre-dawn dark at Cape Canaveral, watching New Glenn lift off the pad for the first time, its first stage designed, like the rockets of his rival Elon Musk's SpaceX, to return and land itself for reuse. The flight is not flawless. The booster fails to stick its landing on the drone ship waiting in the Atlantic, but the rocket reaches orbit, and Bezos, watching from the control room, allows himself a long breath. 25 years of patient, quiet investment have produced, finally, an orbital-class vehicle bearing his company's name. He does not celebrate loudly. He simply turns to his engineers and asks what they will fix next. Back on solid ground, in the years that follow his departure from the chief executive's chair, his attention does not narrow into a quiet retirement. It widens. He owns the Washington Post, purchased in 2013 for $250 million, almost as an afterthought at the time, treated since then as a kind of civic trust rather than a financial asset. As executive chairman of Amazon, free now of the daily demands of running an operating company, he leans further into the newspaper's mission of independent journalism, even as the pressures bearing down on legacy newsrooms grow heavier with each passing year. Declining advertising revenue, the slow migration of readers toward shorter and faster forms of information, the difficult balancing act of running a serious news institution while also being one of the most written about men alive. He sits, at times, in editorial discussions about the paper's direction, careful, by his own account, to preserve the line between ownership and the newsroom, even when his ownership inevitably becomes part of the story itself, even when his decisions about the paper's opinion section draw scrutiny from journalists who once worked freely under him. He commits $10 billion to a fund bearing the planet's own name, the Bezos Earth Fund, directing the money toward climate science, large-scale conservation, and the protection of vast, irreplaceable tracts of wild land, an effort to apply the same scale of resource that built a global e-commerce empire toward slowing the warming of the world that empire was built upon. Grants flow out to organizations working on methane reduction, on protecting tropical forests in the Congo Basin and the Amazon rainforest, on advancing the kind of unglamorous, slow-moving climate science that rarely makes headlines but quietly shapes the policy decisions of the decades ahead. At a climate conference in Glasgow, he stands before assembled world leaders, a man once known almost exclusively for cardboard boxes and same-day delivery, now speaking in the careful, measured language of atmospheric carbon and biodiversity loss, urging governments and corporations alike to think, as he has always insisted on thinking, in terms of decades rather than quarters. He establishes the Bezos Day One Fund as well, channeling money into nonprofits fighting homelessness across American cities, and into a growing network of free Montessori-inspired preschools for children in underserved communities, naming the schools after the very philosophy that drove his corporate life, with the customer, in this new context, being a 4-year-old child treated as the most important person in the room. He visits one such preschool in person, crouching low to speak with a circle of small children seated on a brightly colored rug, asking them what they are building with their wooden blocks, listening to their answers with the same total, undivided attention he once gave to engineers explaining server architecture. He marries Lauren Sanchez, a journalist, helicopter pilot, and television personality, in a lavish wedding in Venice in the summer of 2025, an event that draws both celebration and considerable controversy in equal measure. Protesters lining canals and banners hung from bridges, a reminder that even in this quieter chapter of his life, the world's eyes remain fixed on him with the same intensity they once reserved for Amazon's stock price. He spends more time now at his ranch in West Texas, the same arid landscape where Blue Origin's launch site sits beneath enormous star-thick skies, and at his home in Miami, the city where he grew up, where his grandfather once ran a cattle ranch and taught a young, restless Jeff how to fix windmills, vaccinate cattle, and solve problems with whatever tools happened to be at hand. He buys land. He buys time, in the only currency that has ever truly mattered to him. Attention, focus, the rare ability to think in decades while the world around him thinks in quarters. There is a particular image that recurs across these years, in interview after interview, profile after profile, one that seems to capture something essential about who he has become. He is asked again and again, why a man who has already built one of the most dominant companies in the history of commerce would spend a fortune chasing rockets, instead of simply enjoying the calm of having already won. And his answer is always some version of the same idea, the idea that has quietly organized his entire adult life since that valedictory speech in a Miami auditorium decades earlier, that Earth is the best planet humanity will ever have, the only one worth preserving, and that the only way to truly preserve it is to begin moving the weight of heavy industry somewhere else, out past the atmosphere, into orbit, onto the moon and beyond, so that future generations might inherit a garden instead of a depleted resource. He speaks of his grandchildren's grandchildren in the same patient, decades-long cadence he once used to describe Amazon's growth, long before anyone else could see where that growth was actually heading. Inside Amazon itself, he keeps an office, still attends board meetings, still occasionally appears on stage at company events, though his presence now carries a different weight, lighter, more advisory, a kind of senior gravity rather than a daily hand pressed against the wheel. Andy Jassy runs the company now. He makes the calls, absorbs the criticism during difficult quarters, accepts the credit during strong ones, navigating a landscape reshaped by inflation, by labor organizing efforts in Amazon's warehouses, by the rapid rise of artificial intelligence as the next great technological frontier, a race in which Amazon under Jassy invests tens of billions of dollars to remain competitive. Bezos, watching from a slight distance, seems at ease with the transfer of weight, the way a man might be at ease handing a long-tended garden to a gardener he trained with his own hands, season after season for nearly a quarter century. And on clear nights out at the ranch in West Texas, when the desert sky opens up entirely, free of the light pollution that blots out the stars across most of the modern world, he sometimes walks outside alone and simply looks up. Somewhere above him, his rockets are being tested, refined, prepared for their next descent. Somewhere further still, past the visible stars, lies the long, slow future he has spent his whole life trying to build a road toward. Not an escape from Earth, he is always careful to say, in every interview, every commencement address, every quiet conversation with the people closest to him, but a way of saving it. One launch at a time. One fund, one grant, one preschool, one rescued acre of forest at a time. Step by step. Ferociously. You have reached the conclusion of Jeff Bezos, the Horizon Builder. To understand the full arc of the journey documented in these pages, one must look past the abstract billions, the corporate headquarters, and the global supply chains. One must return to the principle that has organized his attention from the very beginning, a fierce, unyielding orientation toward the long view. From a 3-year-old boy attempting to disassemble his own crib, to an 18-year-old high school valedictorian mapping out orbital space colonies, the trajectory has remained remarkably unbroken. We have traced a life lived in decades rather than quarters. We watched as a Wall Street quantitative strategist risked everything on a cross-country drive, unpacking a business plan on a laptop in a moving car. We witnessed the survival of an enterprise that critics wrote obituaries for, saved not by panic or narrative management, but by surgical cost-cutting, strict operational data, and particle board door desks. This biography has mapped the intentional expansion from a single-category online bookstore into a sprawling, multi-industry ecosystem. It captured the structural foresight required to build a cloud computing landlord that runs the modern web, alongside a digital reading device designed to cannibalize his own physical book sales before someone else could do it first. And in the final chapters, we witnessed the execution of a long-held transition, stepping down from the day-to-day wheel of his greatest commercial creation to dedicate his focus, resources, and unmatched drive to planetary conservation, civic journalism, and the vertical landing of reusable rockets in the Texas desert. Jeff Bezos has lived by the constant philosophy that it is always day one, that the moment an organization or an individual settles into the comfort of routine, decline is inevitable. As he continues to push heavy industry off-world and protect the fragile blue line of our atmosphere, his gaze remains fixed on a point far beyond the immediate horizon. Thank you for listening to Jeff Bezos, the Horizon Builder. We hope this narrative has offered a clear-eyed look at the persistence, systemic logic, and unsparing curiosity required to reshape the world.